the community leaders, the governments, the organizations that are supporting conservation efforts around these unique places around the world. All of them will be there. This is a moment of celebration, but this is also a moment, I have to say, to a space that will allow us to think about the future of protected areas and what we are expecting, what we are planning for a world that is confronting many challenges, for a population that is growing and that is fighting for more space. I mean, it's a moment to really take the pulse of where we are and think about the future. What is next? And in that sense, I am sure that the World Commission on Protected Areas will share with you a lot of the new tools that they have developed and the new tools that are coming in the future. They will talk as a UCN about artificial intelligence, what is next in that chapter in terms of protected and conserved areas. They will talk about, of course, the role of communities, indigenous peoples. How can we recognize and work together with other areas that are important for conservation? So the World Protected and Conserved Areas Congress is one of the clearest expressions of the role of IUCN, a role that calls different parts of the society to sit together, to share knowledge, and to think about the next steps. So we will have the people from the private sector, we will have people from communities, we will have governments, we will have everybody who will like to come. But I have to, make a pause here and say that for me, perhaps the most important audience will be the rangers. I mean, it has to be, because this is people that every day are on the ground, confronting, some of them confronting real danger, some of them even dying. And I am talking because I come from Latin America, so I have permission to say that some of them are dying, defending, and I see colleagues from Africa here too, and you know that I'm talking the correct thing, that being nowadays a ranger, it takes a lot of commitment. They are not there just for a salary. They are there because they are committed, and they're committed people. And this goes too for the community leaders. So in Panama, you will see many of them. We are making big efforts to be able to have the financial resources to pay for some of them that cannot pay by themselves, or that cannot be supported by the governments to come to this Congress. So if one of you comes from a donor country, I kindly ask you to support us, not to do the Congress, because really Panama is on top of this, but to bring rangers. And this is something that is very, very clear for us as a UCN. Let me also remind you of the spirit that we saw in Durban, Sydney, at the last two, in Durban and in Sydney, in South Africa and in Australia, during the last two World Parks Congress. Moments when the world recognized that protected and conserved areas are a foundation for resilience and sustainable development. These gatherings helped shape the direction of global conservation for an entire decade. So what will happen in Panama will help us to shape the next 10 years. And this we know because we have already done. And you know that in IUCN, we are the ones who had put together the categorization of protected areas. We are the ones who have put all the methodologies for the effectiveness and how to manage in an efficient way protected areas. We are now also pushing for green protected areas and so much more. So I look forward to see you all in Panama. I promise you that this will be a catalytic moment, a moment where we will celebrate what we have achieved, a moment to learn from others, but also a moment to construct what is coming. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gretel. It now gives me great pleasure to invite Dr. Madhu Rao, who is the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas, to give us an overview of the Congress. That's the clip. Yeah.
Can I hold this mic?
It might be better with this.
And this is forwarding.
Yeah, that's forward.
Wait. Good morning, everyone, and it's so great to see all of you here. It's early and all of us are tired with all the sessions we are running today, but I am so delighted to be speaking to you about an exciting event next year that, as Gretel said, only happens once every 10 years. So the IUCN World Protected and Conserved Areas Congress will be held in Panama from September 4th through the 10th of 2027. It may seem like it's a year away, but believe me, preparations are afoot and a number of us are working very hard behind the scenes to make sure that this is a landmark Congress for biodiversity. It is nature's moment, and we have to take every step we can to put biodiversity on the map and make sure that we have a really ambitious agenda for protected and conserved areas in the following decade. I just wanted to sort of take us back in history for the significance of this Congress, right from 1962, which was the first World Conference on National Parks. This once in a decade Congress has evolved. There was one in Yellowstone in 1972, in Bali, in Caracas, in Durban, in Sydney, and the next in Panama. But there has been one thread through these congresses in that they have evolved in their content, in their ambition, in their direction. And I think that is something really significant for us to bear in mind. The World Parks Congress in Durban, South Africa, Nelson Mandela was there. And one of the biggest things that these congresses help the world take an additional step toward effective protected and conserved areas. And the key thing is to break with traditional thinking, to catalyze a new vision and to join hands in new partnerships. So that's what these congresses do for the world community on area-based conservation. The World Parks Congress in 2003 actually led to the first multilateral agreement on protected and conserved areas, which is the CBD's program of work on protected areas, which was launched in 2004. And then we have the very ambitious promise of Sydney following the World Parks Congress in Sydney in 2014, which was a promise to invigorate. It was a promise to inspire and a promise to invest. So it's hugely ambitious, hugely impactful event. To give an example, following that Congress, Palau approved huge Pacific marine sanctuary. 14 governments made commitments to protect the ocean as a part of the promise of Sydney. Madagascar's protected area surface tripled, and this is the kind of commitments governments make at these congresses. Just 5 takeaways from the National Geographic, that we have to protect the oceans. So the whole impact, the spotlight was on oceans from this Congress, and also about the importance of parks for human health, for the importance of local communities, of course, urban conservation areas, and of course, the importance of technology. So there's always new things that come to the surface at these congresses and then get momentum to move forward. This was just to say that there was a very important decision at the CBD for Target 11. So the Congress played a huge role in sort of shining a light on Target 11, which was the previous Aichi target to Target 3, and the CBD decision on protected areas. And of course, now we have, the Congress in Panama. And the vision is similar. It is an unparalleled opportunity to learn, share, celebrate on a program of actions and partnerships. We want to reshape understanding, perceptions, and political and financial commitments to protected and conserved areas. It is going to be a fantastic forum for the world to come together, local communities, indigenous peoples, private sector actors, and the entire conservation community. So what are the three objectives of the Congress? The first is around resilience. We want a resilient and healthy future, and nature is at the heart of that resilient and healthy future. And protected and conserved area systems are recognized and financed as essential infrastructure for nature, climate, and human well-being. The second objective is around scaling effective and equitable conservation. We want to secure our gains, and we want to catalyze sustainable outcomes. And the third objective is to conserve together rights, investment, and capacity. We want to embrace all constituencies toward conservation, rangers, indigenous peoples, private sector, and so on. So you are not able to see this because of the rather bright surroundings we are in. But just to say that these three themes form the three major pillars of the program. Each of these themes have sub-themes and sub-streams. And there's a lot of work that's going to go into the programming of each of these sub-themes. And as Gretel mentioned, there are hugely important cross-cutting elements that are going to be important for the Congress. Artificial intelligence and advanced technologies are going to transform how conservation is done. And that is going to be a major cross-cutting theme. We are going to have cross-cutting themes on youth and early career professionals, private sector and business leadership, indigenous peoples and local communities, and of course, philanthropy. And all of these cross-cutting themes will lead to important Congress outcome statements. Again, this is what it looks like, the planning, the sessions, and there's going to be a lot of excitement. The first early call for pavilions is going to go out in very soon. And please keep a lookout for the IUCN announcement on the early call for pavilions, and pavilion events, etc., would be in the planning. So if you ask me, what are the outputs and outcomes? What are the impact? So the Congress is going to have a high-level impact statement, which will also and will be accompanied by high-level commitments from governments, from donors, from philanthropic partners, and others. We will have an action plan and recommendations on major themes. Most importantly, the Congress is a milestone before the COP, the next CBD COP in 2030, and that's going to influence what progress Target 3 has made by all the countries. So there's going to be an important message. It's going to set the agenda for Target 3, what Target 3 is going to look like in the post-2030 agenda. There will be a message to the United Nations General Assembly regarding Sustainable Development Goals beyond 2030. And of course, there will be a resolution for the next WCC. This is just a timeline, just to tell you all the state of progress. As you can see, there's a number of activities already underway. We will have a call for content very shortly, and we will also be launching a website soon. So watch out for on September 4th. There are going to be some special events happening in Panama, and of course, we'll have the program working group working on a number of these things, and that's the run of events between now and the Congress. So this is just the program side of things. Of course, there's a lot of other things happening on the side. And I just wanted to say this, that, we've been working very hard to gain momentum with the international community for this Congress. But most importantly, we have now a draft decision in the CBD Substar in Nairobi that was that was in place. It has to be adopted in Congress. The draft decision is by the countries to take note of the Congress and to be organized in Panama, and for IUCN and the Ministry of Environment in Panama to implement the Congress. So that's where we are at. This is a very recent movement. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madhu, for that wonderful overview of the Congress. We're going to move to the next part of the session, and this is a panel discussion. So I would like to invite our speakers onto the stage. That's Dr. Gretel Aguilar, the Director General of IUCN, Dr. Madhu Rao, once again, the Chair of the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas, Ms. Ana Di Pangracio, Deputy Director and Biodiversity Director of the Fundación Ambiente y Recursos Naturales in Argentina, and Ms. Parveen Punjabi Amo from the Ministry of Environment, Panama. Please come up to the stage. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. It's lovely to see you. So I've got different questions that I'm going to ask you each. There's one question each, and then there's a final question, which is the same question to all of you. So we will start with Gretel. IUCN has recently published a new 20-year strategic vision. And so in your view, why is this Congress so important to the outcome of this strategic vision? And how can IUCN help shape the outcomes of the Congress?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. So it is important, first of all, to say that it is a good moment for IUCN to have a 20-year strategic vision that was approved last October in Abu Dhabi at the IUCN World Conservation Congress. Was approved by our 1,600 members, including state members and non-governmental organizations. And within that strategic vision, of course, protected and conserved areas sit at the heart of that vision. And why Panama is important? It's important because it will be a fundamental step in the implementation of this strategy. Strategies are not just documents to put on the cabinet, are live documents. And I really believe that when we go to Panama, it will be one of the first big signals that that strategy has a soul and is being implemented. How? Because we will, first of all, share with everybody where we are. All the others will share where they are, and then we will be able to set clear targets and a clear vision for the future in terms of protected and conserved areas. So for me, this is just a very key step in implementing the 20-year strategic vision that our members decided to put together last October in Abu Dhabi. So I look forward to many people to be there to help us design all the important areas that Madhu just presented that align very well with the 20-year strategic vision. And I have finally to say that in the 20-year strategic vision, it's not IUCN as always. It's not the IUCN that you have known for 80, almost 80 years. This is a recharge IUCN. This is an IUCN that the members are saying that needs to cross the street and work with different sectors. We will be talking about One Health, the health sector, the energy sector, cities. We will be talking about how to interact with different sectors of society. And this is a big change for IUCN and a mandate now. So I am really happy that this is not just, what we have always done so well, and I'm so proud, which is to talk about the management and conservation of protected areas, but it's much more. It's about how important are protected areas for different sectors and how those sectors can help us to conserve and manage these incredible sites around the world.
Thank you, Gretel. So please do come and join us in Panama and help us transform all the good work that's been doing on protected areas and conservation in general. I'm going to move to Madhu now. What are some of the key considerations that the Congress could help draw attention to for the post-2030 agenda? You spoke briefly about it in your speech, and it would be great to hear a bit more. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I think there are a number of experiences that are coming to the surface regarding the success of Target 3 implementation. What is the progress being made? And while countries are taking steps to expand protected areas and to increase the percentage element, the key consideration is really the qualitative element of Target 3. And what this Congress can do is draw attention to the fact that some of the most important places for biodiversity are not being protected. Some of these areas that are delivering on outcomes but are indigenously managed or managed by local communities need to be recognized in their own right. We want to ensure that rights-based approaches are recognized. And there is also gaps related to connectivity and ecosystem representation and I think all of these, and effectiveness basically, and all of these elements are going to make a big, they're going to be the things, the factors that influence what the next version of Target 3 looks like.
Thanks a lot, Madhu. A mix of increasing the quantity and the quality of protected areas is key. I'm going to move to Anna. So your organization, the Fundación Ambiente y Recursos Naturales, it's an independent Argentinian organization, a civil society organization committed to the protection of the environment and the defense of human rights. So Anna, civil society organizations play a critically important role in the protection of the environment. In many parts of the world, they're under different types of pressure that limit their ability to influence change. Could you tell us about some of your greatest successes in advocacy and strategic litigation in partnership with communities? And what were some of the key lessons that were learned and the ingredients of successes?
Yes. Thank you, Ian. Thank you for the invitation. It's always great to be part of an IUCN event as a long-time IUCN member. And I would say that one of our strongest successes have come when strategic litigation was combined with community organizing, scientific evidence, policy advocacy, and international action. For example, we work with Aymara and Kosha communities in the north of the country, inhabiting drylands, salt plains that are very important in terms of biodiversity with endemic species, but they are under threat due to the lithium exploration and extraction, and also climate change. The glaciers in the area are retreating. And we have accompanied for several years, including fundraising and direct grants for these communities in developing a series of actions. And what we realized was that, yes, going to court is important, but it also needs to be part of a more integral, interconnected kind of work. So in addition to going to court, we also helped them develop a biocultural community protocol that took over 2 years, going village by village, and my country distances are very huge. And then that was all taken to the assembly that would last 2 or 3 days. That was recognized by the National Ombudsman, and then encourage other communities to develop such processes. And it's about free, prior, and informed consent before the menace of lithium or any other activities that authorities might be interested in developing in their territories. And it's a living document that they keep on updating, etc. And then we also accompanying in recognizing a big portion of their territory as an ICCA, an indigenous communities area. And now, as Argentina has ratified the process to develop or recognize OECM, other effective conservation measures within the process of the CBD, we are also accompanying them for such a recognition in what would be the first ICCA recognized as an OECM in Argentina. But then we also realize that it's important to reach out to the press, and that including even developing a documentary with cinematographic quality that went through the festival circuit and then the cinemas in Argentina, highlighting the perspective of indigenous peoples in the just transitions, because such voices are often not there in the mainstream media. But also even reach out to scientists, and I have the name because I never remember, hydrogeology experts, to put out documents highlighting the potential impacts of lithium extraction in such delicate ecosystems as salt plains. And so I would say that the main ingredient was about, yes, going to court is important, especially when it comes to these leading cases, but then you also have to combine it with different forms of knowledge and action in relation to community organizing. So strategic litigation can open doors, but I think that lasting transformation comes when you combine rights, community organizing, science, and advocacy, so that they can reinforce each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Thanks so much. It's wonderful to hear about successes from an IUCN member too. So that's great. Okay, I'm going to move to Parveen from the Ministry of Environment, Panama. So Panama's our wonderful host country, so thank you so much for that. What lessons from Panama and the wider Mesoamerican region should inform global priorities for protected and conserved areas?
Thank you, Ian. I think this is a very interesting question, especially for Panama, because even though we are a very small country, we have accomplished something that most of the world considers impossible, which is economic development and environmental protection at the same time. So I don't know if you know, but for the past 2 decades, Panama has been the fastest growing economy in Latin America, and we've done so by having almost 2/3 of our country covered by forests and by being one of the only carbon negative countries in the world. So this is a story of a country that decided not to choose between environment or economy. It's a story of a country that decided to grow with nature. So I think perhaps this is one of the most important lessons that Panama can bring to the global conversation in 2027. For us, environmental protection is not just part of our environmental agenda, it's part of a national vision of our development strategy, and political will has turned this into action. Today, we have 54.7% of our ocean that's protected and 32% of our land that's under protection. So we're far beyond the 30 by 30 target. So yeah, for a small country, I think this is a good lesson to bring. We have committed to environmental protection, but without leaving our economic growth behind. Now, looking at the wider Mesoamerican region, I think Mesoamerica also has a good lesson to bring to the table and to the global conversation, which is connectivity. So Mesoamerica has been thinking about connectivity for decades now. One of the most common examples is the Mesoamerican Biological Corridor, which was a very ample and ambitious vision to connect ecosystems from Mexico to Panama. And this leaves us a very important experience, which is we can no longer think about conservation looking at isolated protected areas. We need to create landscapes between them so that we can assure that species, ecological processes can connect between them. We have a similar example, which is CEMAR, or the Eastern Tropical Pacific Marine Corridor. That's a similar example, but in the ocean. So Panama, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Ecuador has committed for over decades to take care, to protect this marine ecosystem, it's a marine ecosystem, by joining Cocos, Malpelo, Galapagos, and Coiba. So we might know about national jurisdictions, but of course, species don't know and they don't care. A shark, a turtle, a ray, they just need this connection, right? So yeah, I hope that by 2027, the world can see us as a region that just we might have a lot of ambition conservation, and we might not have the financial resources, but we do have the people, the rangers, the knowledge, the indigenous communities, and we hope that we can share this with the world by 2027. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Parveen. I love that slogan, "Grow with nature." That's a good one. We've got a bit of extra time, so I'm going to just there's a couple of other questions I'm going to ask the panelists. So Parveen was touching on about the different stakeholders that need to be engaged for the Congress. And I'd love to hear your opinion, Gretel, about what you think, who the key stakeholders that we need to be engaged towards a lasting Congress legacy for Panama and the region.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I truly believe that there will be no exclusions because conserving nature and conserving and managing protected and conserved areas is not the task of one group. It's not the task of the conservation community. It's not the task of a minister of environment. It's not the task of one community. It should be the task of many different sectors, and it should be at the center of national planning and national priorities. So if that is what we look for, that protected areas can be at the center of decision making and at the center of national strategies for development, then we need all hands on deck. And when I say all hands on deck, I talk about private sector coming from different sectors within the private sector. I talk about the youth, which is very keen because they bring new ideas and new ways of seeing things. I talk about, of course, communities. I talk about indigenous peoples. We will be in a continent, Latin America, and in a region where indigenous peoples are key in conservation. So indigenous peoples, I'm sure, will play a major role. They will come from all corners of our continent, and I believe that they will play a good role. But I also think that the people that manage cities, and the citizens of those cities will be very much welcome, because now the cities are growing and growing and growing all around the world. We have subnational governments. Many of those are important cities, and there is a conversation to have about protected and conserved areas in cities. This is like the earth that will bring us good quality of life in cities, and people continue to move to cities. So we cannot exclude those, those people and those conversations out of our Congress. And there are many other sectors, like the health sector, the energy sector, many others that need to come to the table. So my message is that everybody is welcome, that we need all hands on deck, and that this is an inclusive Congress.
Thank you very much, Gretel. So we're here at the UNCCD, and Madhu, we'd love to hear from you about how protected and conserved areas can contribute to the goals of UNCCD. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. I think one of the things that that is often easily forgotten is that ecological integrity and biodiversity is embedded in Rio Principle 7. And this was back in 1992 that ecological integrity was considered so important that nations committed to protecting ecological integrity. And I say that because UNCCD is one of the 3 Rio conventions, and UNCCD is one of those conventions. Out of the 3, biodiversity and protected and conserved areas are not as high profile as in the other 2 conventions. And we really need to bring back the importance of protection and the importance of protection of grasslands and rangelands as the first step before restoration into the UNCCD dialogue. So in the UNCCD, I would like to see biodiversity getting a higher profile, protection getting a higher profile, because let's face it, restoration is hugely expensive and complex. So if we can just take the first step towards stewarding our ecosystems, especially grasslands and rangelands, in a responsible, sustainable way, I think that would be the first step towards conservation, successful conservation, and less expensive than all the restoration that we have to do to get nature back on track.
Thank you, Madhu. On Sunday, we went on a wonderful trip to Hustai National Park, which is about 2 hours away from Ulaanbaatar. I would recommend all going towards it. And there you could really see the difference in the grassland and between the protected areas and the areas outside the protected areas in terms of the grasses and how degraded the land was. Okay, we're going to jump to one final round of questions now. We'll start with Anna. So in one sentence, what is the single most important commitment or outcome that should emerge from the 2027 Congress to guide the future of protected and conserved areas beyond 2030?
Yes. If I have to mention one commitment, it would be to recognize, protect, and resource indigenous peoples and local communities as right holders, knowledge holders, political actors, but also leaders in conservation, ensuring that the future of both biodiversity and human rights advance together. But I would also like to see interesting discussions around energy transition and protected areas. For us, being part of the lithium triangle with Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina, affecting high areas that are of high importance in terms of biodiversity, would be super interesting. The intersection between energy transition and protected areas, including no-go areas, because we cannot reproduce what has come from the fossil fuel reality into the energy transition. We need to discuss just transitions for who, and the transition in the north cannot be at the expense of communities in the south. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. The same question to Gretel. One outcome?
I believe that outcome for me will be how to advance in the 30% commitment to protect land and ocean. I believe that some countries are close, some countries are not so close to this target, but it's not just a percentage. I believe that we have to innovate and we have to include OECMs, other forms of conserving that can be included in the 30%, because there are so many conservation efforts in not just protected areas, but conserved areas that need to be taken into account, that I think that this will be a fantastic momentum to have that conversation, and for many countries, communities, and indigenous peoples to achieve an incredible target that is to protect 30% of our beautiful planet.
Thank you, Gretel. Parveen?
So if I just had to say what I hope to get from the Congress. So as I mentioned, Panama is a bridge between two oceans. Panama is a bridge between the Americas. And I just hope that this Congress helps us be the bridge between nature, people, and land. Thank you.
That's lovely.
Thank you, Ian. I think for me, of course, I hope there are lots of big commitments, but I'm really hoping that there will be a commitment on outcomes. And when I say outcomes, I mean ecological integrity of protected areas, and that there should be commitments by all stakeholders, the private industry and government, to maintain the integrity of protected and conserved areas moving forward, and ensure that we have a really effective systems of protected and conserved areas that are integrated into landscapes and seascapes.
Thank you, Madhu. What a wonderful set of outcomes. I'd like to thank our panelists very much for doing this. Can we give them, please, a round of applause? Thank you. Okay, so if the panelists, you can go back and sit down. Please be careful with the cable. I don't want someone tripping up. Okay. Okay, so Parveen, you wait here, right? Okay, so Parveen, the closing statement is yours. I'm just going to move that to there. Okay, and the video's ready whenever you want to play it. So
You want me to play it now and then?
as you like, however.
Okay, I'll just close and then we say it.
Okay, perfect. Do you want this or this?
That one.
Okay.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gretel. Thank you, Dr. Malu. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Ian. Thank you, everyone that joined us this morning. You're here and we're trying to get more input for a Congress that it's still under construction. So for far too long, we have spoken about protected areas as a biodiversity matter, drought as a land matter, and resilience as a climate change matter. But this morning in this pavilion, we heard the three of them in one conversation. And I think this is very important for Panama because we live both agendas at the same time. The same country that I was very proudly saying that we have 54.7% of our ocean protected and 32% of our land live another reality. 27% of our territory is also dry and degraded land. So for us, we need to see it as a whole and not as three different conventions. That's what the Panama Nature Pledge is doing. We speak about the three frameworks in just one. So I just hope that you can join us in Panama. We hope to receive you not just from the 4th to the 10th of September, which are the dates of the Congress. We hope that you stay in our country. We hope that you get to know our people, you get to know our culture, our traditions, because we know and we can assure you that you're going to love it. Today also, we just hope that that you commit with us to help us build the program of the Congress that's being built from now, and it won't wait until 2027. Let us make sure that the dry and drought, the land and drought agenda has a seat on the table, and it's not just a side event. So I look forward to welcoming you in Panama. Thank you very much for being with us here, and thank you IUCN for having us and for creating these spaces for discussion. Thank you. Now we have a very short video that we have prepared for you this morning. Thank you very much.
So, so thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the speakers. Thank you very much to the audience for coming. We look forward to seeing many of you in Panama, helping all together us to develop the global agenda for protected and conserved areas for the next decade. Thank you.
across the world.
Hey, how are you?
want to speak?
I would.
Yes.
Thank
Okay.
you. Because I have to read.
I know, yeah, otherwise it's difficult with the mic. Yeah. I was just going to ask, is it? Yeah, it's fine. Give it 5 minutes.
Yeah. There are 3
Bushes.
bushes.
Mhm. Okay, sure. Yeah. I think after the video, I'll ask people to come. Yeah, I've told everyone that. Right. Are you okay? Good, right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Stephanie Speck. I'm the Global Director for Strategy and Partnerships at the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT. And this session, which is happening live here in Mongolia and is also being live streamed and will be available on the IUCN YouTube channel afterwards, is being convened today by IUCN, by UNCCD, FAO, the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT. I want to open with a number. At COPs and at international gatherings, we hear a lot of data, and data serves a purpose. It either reassures us that things are on the right track, or it shocks us into action. And I wanted to open with some numbers which I hope shock us. In 2025, we know that almost 300 million, 266 million to be more precise, across 47 countries around the world experienced high levels of acute food insecurity. This is an extraordinary stat to share in 2026. And the primary driver of that is conflict. We know that climate shocks accelerate the collapse, and underneath conflict and climate, land degradation is quietly destroying the agricultural foundation that communities depend on to survive. And we know, and many of us have experienced firsthand, in fragile and conflict-affected settings, the most vulnerable settings, degraded land is not just an environmental problem. And when we're here in settings such as UNCCD, we see the convergence of environment, of climate, of food and land. It's a food security crisis. It's a livelihood crisis. And these crises are drivers of displacement, of unhealthy competition, and increasingly instability. But here's what we also know on the positive side, that restoration works. When soils recover, when rangelands regenerate, when seed systems and water resources are rebuilt, we know that food security strengthens, climate resilience grows, and communities begin to rebuild viable futures. Restoration isn't charity. It's leverage for peace and prosperity. The catch, the tricky bit, restoring land in isolation is not enough. And we've heard that message over and over the last few days. It must be connected to local food production, to markets, to climate resilient agricultural and livestock systems, to the economic capacity of communities to actually use what's been restored. And yet today we still see, and I've been working in this industry, if I can use that word, for the last 25 years, we still see today that humanitarian response, climate adaptation, land restoration, agricultural development are still being planned and financed separately. And that separation is being clung to. We see it and we hear it in the negotiation halls here today. And that those separate things, treated separately, are not being harnessed to serve the same people, to solve different pieces of the same puzzle. And this has to change. And this session is really inviting people today to comment from their experience, from their skills and knowledge on how we can do that. So we'll hear directly from some country guests about the land-based interventions in their settings, what's actually delivering food security and resilience. And then, of course, we'll come to where every discussion naturally ends up at the financing question. What do we need to do to move from scattered, isolated, separate restoration projects to investable programs that make a difference in the communities that they exist in and can potentially be replicated or scaled? Let's get into it. And it's really my pleasure to invite Uchang Kang, the program manager at the UNCCD Global Mechanism. I know Uchang from the Peace Forest Initiative, which is a really important piece of work in this landscape. You're working directly at that intersection between land restoration, cooperation, peace. Uchang, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good morning, everyone. I'm really honored to contribute this interesting session and important discussion today. I'm gonna speak a little about why restoring land is central to food security in fragility context. So, at the most fundamental level, because food security begins with the productive capacity of land. When soil loses fertility and the landscapes lose their capacity to retain water, agricultural pastoral systems become less productive and less able to withstand drought and other shocks. In fragile context, the consequences are greater. Communities often depend heavily on land and natural resources for food and livelihoods, while institutions, markets, and social protection systems may have less capacity to absorb these shocks. Environmental degradation can therefore translate rapidly into declining production, livelihood losses, food insecurity and displacement, and can intensify the competition over scarce land and water. This is why drought and land degradation and food security needs to be understood as interconnected risks rather than separate sectoral challenges. The Nexus approach, being advanced by UNCCD Peace Forest Initiative, is important in this respect. Drought may begin as a climate hazard, but its impacts cascade down through land, water, ecosystems, food systems, livelihoods, and economies, while land degradation can amplify these impacts. Land is one of the critical points through which these risks are transmitted. When drought affects already degraded soil and rangelands, the capacity in landscape to retain water and sustain crops and livestock declines further, turning an environmental shock into a food and livelihood shock. The reverse is equally important. Healthy land supports food production, improves soil fertility and water retention, sustain agricultural and pastoral livelihoods, and strengthen communities' capacity to withstand these shocks. Restoring degraded land is therefore not simply an environmental intervention. It is investment in the productive foundation of food systems and in their capacity to withstand future shocks. We see this in practice across different fragile contexts. Across the Sahel, farmer-managed natural regeneration has restored millions of hectares of degraded farmland, improving soil fertility, water retention, crop productivity, and drought resilience. In Somalia, regenerative approaches such as agroforestry and soil and water conservation are helping restore productive capacity and strengthen agricultural livelihoods. At the same time, community-based approaches to natural resource management can create opportunities for dialogues and cooperation around increasingly scarce land and water resources in some regions. These experiences show that restoring land can do more than recover ecological productivity. It can strengthen the resource base on which food security and livelihoods depend, and when accompanied by inclusive approaches to natural resource management, create opportunities for communities to address shared environmental pressures together. So, why how we throw matters in fragile context? These examples illustrate an important point. Restoration can address several dimensions of vulnerability at once, but in fragile context, how restoration is undertaken matters such as what is restored already. Drought or land degradation does not automatically lead to conflict. Environmental pressures interact with poverty, inequality, displacement, governance challenges, and competition over the resources. Likewise, restoring land does not automatically build peace or strengthen food security for everyone. Who has the access to restore land and water? Who participate in decision-making? How are the benefits distributed? Are farmers, pastoralists, women, and displaced populations are represented? These questions can determine whether restoration strengthens resilience and cooperation or reinforces existing inequality and tensions. This is where the UNCCD's Peace Progress Initiative is relevant. In fragile context, restoration needs to be designed not only around what happens on the land, but also around how people access, use, and govern the land. Inclusive decision-making, fair benefit sharing, attention to existing tensions, and a stronger mechanism for managing shared resources can help create the conditions for restoration to succeed and endure over the time. And their restoration creates practical opportunities for communities and institutions as well to manage shared challenges together. It can be also contribute to greater cooperation. I'd like to bring three key messages on the table today. First, restoring land means restoring the productive foundation on which food security and the rural livelihoods depend. Second, in fragility context, how we restore actually matters. Technical interventions need to be accompanied by inclusive governance, local ownership, and conflict-sensitive approaches. And the third, the land and food systems can provide practical entry point for cooperation. When communities and institutions work together to manage shared resources, environmental action can strengthen resilience to drought and food insecurity, as well as the relationship needs to be managed with future pressures. Ultimately, if these risks facing land, food systems, and communities are interconnected, our responses must be become interconnected as well. Restoring land in fragile context is therefore not only about recovering degraded ecosystems, but it's also about strengthening the foundations and supporting the systems for food security, resilience livelihoods, and sustained cooperation. Thank you so much for attention.
Chang, thank you very much for setting out so clearly that interdependency and therefore the shared impact that that interdependency should generate. I'm going to ask our panel members, we were going to host two separate panels, but I'm going to ask all panel members, please, to join us on stage. As you come up, don't wait for me to call your name. Please just come up. We have two critical questions to tackle today. Which land-based interventions deliver fastest and longest lasting or most durable food security gains? Please join me. And how do we finance those durable, fast landscape recovery? Let me introduce our panel. I'm delighted to welcome today Dr. Musa Kamara, who is a monitoring and evaluation specialist with the Degraded Land Restoration Project in Mali. Dr. Musa, thank you for joining us. We have Peter Goodman, the Senior Agricultural Economist for the World Bank. Thanks, Peter. Willem Verwerder, who's the founder of Common Land. And please, Jamal Anakalichikova, who's the Senior Land and Water Officer for FAO. I want to start by providing the context for this discussion, and that is really, the context is always, Gabrielle, I'm so sorry, Gabrielle Legrange, who's the Climate Security Lead for Surge Africa. And actually, let's introduce this section by showing the video from Surge Africa, which I think sets up the discussion perfectly. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Across the world, land is under pressure, and so are the people who depend on it. When soil becomes tired, when waters grow uncertain, when forests thin and pastures shrink, the effect reaches far beyond the environment. They shape daily life, they shape choices, they shape stability. In many regions, families are moving in search of land and water they depend on for their livelihood. Herders lose access to traditional routes. Communities navigate rising tensions around the resources they share. Degraded land, unclear boundaries, and shrinking options can turn pressure into confrontation. These pressures interact with poverty, displacement, weak governance, and inequality, creating conditions where mistrust grows and social cohesion frays. Land insecurity becomes human insecurity. Yet, when people come together across age, gender, livelihood, or origin, they often discover that land's challenges are shared challenges, and shared challenges can become shared solutions. They gather to understand the risks they face. They map problems, share stories, and identify the pressures shaping their lives, designing the future they want. They discover that while their challenges differ, their needs are shared: security, dignity, and a land that can sustain them. Communities rehabilitate water points and degraded slopes. They restore vegetation, protect soils, and manage grazing together. They create local platforms to resolve disputes and plan for the long term. Restoration is not only ecological, it is a social process. It rebuilds trust and cooperation, strengthens local institutions and governance, and moves communities from fragility and conflict towards stability. As land recovers, so do livelihoods. Harvests improve, water becomes more reliable, families settle, youth find new opportunities, tensions ease as cooperation grows, and stability returns through steady, shared effort. Peace does not always arrive all at once. It grows gradually, rooted in shared stewardship of the land. From dry lands to mountains, from rangelands to river basins, communities are already demonstrating that land restoration is a pathway to resilience, inclusion, and peace. These stories span continents and cultures, yet they share a common thread: people investing in their land and in each other. Their experience offers a clear message: when we invest in land, we invest in people, and when we invest in people, we invest in peace. At this moment of global uncertainty, land restoration stands as a practical, proven pathway towards a more stable and hopeful future. Investing in land is investing in stability. Investing in people is investing in peace.
Thank you. I'll ask our panel to rejoin, and sorry about that. That was my moderation screw up there. Some profound messages there. Land challenges are shared challenges. Investing in land restoration is investing in security, and investing in people is investing in peace. And there's some of the messages that we want to unpack now. Dr. Musa, I'm going to start with a question from you, and based on your experience in Mali, which land-based interventions have you seen that have the greatest potential to deliver, or maybe have already delivered, the fastest and the most durable improvements in food security in fragile contexts? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm sure you will understanding about the quality of my English. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to join this panelist in addressing such important issue. The Mali Degraded Land Restoration Project, PRTD, is an initiative of government of the Republic of Mali, implemented under the authority of Ministry and the Environment, Sanitation, and Sustainable Development with support from the World Bank. The theme of COP17, Restore Land, Restore Hope, is fully aligned with the objective of PRTD. The project action is primarily aimed to restore land and improve the living condition of the local communities. I will answer question number 2. Thank you for this important question. If you can choose only 3 investments, we would choose the following first: restore the land and manage water. We need to stop soil erosion, collect rainwater, restore pond, and protect community from flood. These actions help farmers produce more food. They also provide water and grass for animals. Second, support activity that create food, job, and income. Restore land must be provided but productive. We can support community farm, fishing, livestock activities, and forest projects, products. When people earn money from restore land, they continue to protect the soil, trees, and water. Third, help community manage natural resources together. Farmer, herder, and fisher often share the same land and water. Clean rules are important to reduce conflicts. PRTD has already supported 113 agreements in 87 communes. These agreements help community share and protect their natural resource. Our message is simple: protect the land, produce food, and manage resources together. These 3 investments can improve food security, create jobs, increase income, and make community stronger. Thank you.
Dr. Musa, thank you. Thank you very much. I think you addressed what is at the heart of many of the conversations I've heard over this week, the tension between land restoration and food system recovery based on agricultural productivity. And you gave us 3 clear messages: making things sustainable financially, making sure that communities have very clear roles and responsibilities that have been agreed so that people know what is happening. I remember an example from a Green Climate funded project in Colombia, which was around landscape restoration, particularly a forest restoration, which was so successful in delivering peace in a certain region in Colombia through landscape restoration. At the beginning of the project, the forest was therefore protected. And towards the middle and end of the project, the forest started to be cut down again because people felt so secure to move back into the area, to live there, and a vicious cycle was begun. And this is the tension that we hold in many communities today. And it's a tension that is replicated on the negotiation floor, is represented in the programs that we design, and then the financing that supports that. And I want to turn to finance and how finance can be informed and responsible and scaled so that we are able to hold those 3 things in tension: landscape recovery, economic growth, and community safety, security, and peace. Jamal, let me ask you a question to start this part of the conversation going. In your experience and the experience of FAO, what are the main barriers that you've seen that are preventing greater investment in landscape restoration in fragile and conflict-affected communities?
Yes, thank you. So it works. Thank you so much. So let me, since we also have the finance people here, I won't talk maybe so much from the finance perspective, but talking more from the operational perspective, and especially when we talk about the land, soil and water restoration. So I'm Jamala Naklicheva. I'm Soil and Water Senior Officer in the FAO Soil and Water Division. Well, first of all, I think the one of the barrier for a long-term and the larger investment, it's really the long-term time scale that the restoration requires. So the restoration in the dryland itself, any restoration, be it the agroforestry, soil, land practices, the improvement of the soil and land practices, that requires time. So it's not that we're working in the tropical forest where the natural regeneration can happen in 5 years. So usually in the drylands, all the operations on the ground requires more time. And when we deal in the fragile and the conflict affected areas in the context, of course, that also, so it's a very degraded area. So the restoration usually takes a longer time period. So it's a long time horizon for the investment. So you really have to wait 10, 15 years, just really seeing the return of the investment and really seeing the impact on the ground. So how to secure the investment where the restoration will take a longer period. So, but then maybe combining, so I'm giving you the barriers, but maybe the solution at the same time. So combining a short-term restoration benefits with a longer term is important. But this is also connected then with a lack of stable institutional anchor. Because if the investment comes with a longer term horizon, you need a more stable and secure institutional anchor in those countries. And that's why the organizations like FAO or other, or the Great Green Wall, for example, this is a very good example where the African countries with the African Union, they really provided that secure space for the investment to come and really make an impact for a longer term, because you were also asking the durable impact on the ground. So that I would start with a longer term horizon for the restoration, but really from the operational perspective, when we deal with the countries with in a conflict or post-conflict situation, of course, this is simply the difficulty to access the restoration sites. Sometimes it becomes too dangerous to travel. And we, as a UN agency, we have a limitation even from the security point of view to go to certain restoration site to monitor and to see what is happening there. So simple like as that. So, but once the security is security is provided from the point of view of that the UN has an access to the site, of course, the organization that really and we're ready to be redeployed and to work on that. Maybe something also what I would add, and this is connected also to the dryland context, that the dryland is very often, and we've been discussing here, this is the dryland COP, and together with the rangeland agenda, this is very much the context of the dryland is, I think, is really what you can hear in most of the decisions here in the COP. Usually the dryland seen as the low productivity lands, right? But then if it combines with a conflict context, so it becomes even more difficult for the investors to attract for the dryland, to invest to the dryland. So maybe that is also to show that the restoration is also bringing not only the commercial benefit, but the input to the social security. And very often the restoration activities, they could help by giving some relief to the displaced people. So the restoration, if it's a planting trees or agroforestry, so the displaced people can use it as a fuel wood, or it can create jobs for people to be employed in some activities. So I know UNCCD in the process of work on the migration and having the restoration and the land rehabilitation as a positive impact for migration. UNCCD did a very interesting job in activities within the Great Green Wall, creating a job and providing training new skills in the refugee camps for people to acquire the new skills and to participate in the restoration activities. So maybe I'll stop here and then we can add a little bit more. Thank you.
Jamal, thanks. And I think that's a very pertinent point. The durable solution also takes quite a bit of time to put in place and realize benefits from, but doesn't take us away from needing to make sure that there are short-term impacts that are felt at the community level, so that interest and participation and impact is felt and seen visibly. Gabrielle, I'm going to turn to you now. You've had a big week here at UNCCD with the CSO-led Declaration on Land, Peace and Security. And I hope you're going to address that a little in your remarks this morning. But the question I wanted to pose to you was, what are the shifts in the financing architecture, policy alignment that are required to ensure that land restoration is supported by financial flows that are capable of leading to durability or scaling?
Yes. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here today. Also, thank you to JR. That was one of the first partner for the declaration. So thank you so much again for that. So the declaration is indeed a civil society-led declaration on land, peace and security that overall aims to frame land restoration as a conflict prevention and peace building tool, and also to call to have peace as a priority policy concern and not a secondary one. It has four kind of fronts to it. The first one is governance. Second one is funding. So I'll get back to this in a second. Third is partnership. And fourth is monitoring. And to start kind of my talk, I'd like to quote someone I've been meeting as part of the consultation for the declaration. He was working in Nigeria and he told us, we are asking communities to restore land, but without giving us and them the means to succeed. And I think that's kind of summarized also what we're calling here today. And especially in FCAS, FCAS are undermined and land restoration is undermined by structural vulnerability and the gap between the fragility and finance. And I do see five. The third, of course, is quantity and quality. Second is the time mismatch that was mentioned between the need for land restoration that's long-term efforts compared to the short-term finance that usually come. Third is the access gap. Too many organizations struggle to find and to access directly funds. Fourth is fragmentation. I think we mentioned it already. And that's also not only at the financial level, but at the policy level. I think Mali might be one of the only examples around the world where they institutionally have climate here, climate peace and security included. So I think that's an example maybe you could develop afterward. And finally, some sort of capacity deficit at the local level, where local organizations sometimes struggle to absorb the finance, but simply because they're not part of the process. They're not part of designing, they're not part, sometimes even implementing. They're just seen as recipients and not active players. And so then in terms of like what can be done, I think, as per your question, it can be done at the financial level, the policy level, and at the local level. For the financial architecture, I think it's not only the quantity and quality, but also the structure itself. To that, I think that four words can summarize it. The first one is continuity, and that's kind of also what the recent report from the UNCCD mentioned, that the continuity gaps, to fill this continuity is really important. A second is predictability, so to have longer-term flows. The third is adaptability, to make sure that you can flex when fragility evolves. The fourth is scalability, so to start maybe at local level, and then when it works, then you can go like kind of higher up. But to do that, you need like kind of strong and comprehensive mobilization strategies, so you can diversify, stabilize flows, and reduce risks and catalyze investment. At the policy level, I remember in 2023 there was a summit in France on the new financial pact that aimed to kind of put together and make sure that you can have both climate adaptation, climate resilience, and economic development. And at the time, a lot of people were hopeful this would happen. And the discussion we have today also means that we haven't succeeded yet. So this is why we need to bridge this fragmentation gap between funding streams, between sectors. I'm sure if we make the test here, if I'm asking who is from the peace side, I don't think a lot of you are from this side. And that's also one way we can clearly see who we should invite as well when we're on food security, where are peace actors, and vice versa. When we talk about peace, where are food actors? And so we do need a whole system approach to it and make land restoration a preventative instrument, preventative framing to human security. And I think that can be done at both national level through LGN strategies, but also through national budgeting, but also at the UNCCD level. And to finally, for the local capacity, this is really finance only matters if local actors can use it. Otherwise, it just is a waste of time. So you need to build capacity at local levels for both ownership, but also for reducing risks. And maybe just to conclude and take not too much time, I think the land peace nexus and link is not automatic. It's not something that comes out of hats. It's not magic. It needs and requires, and I was really happy to hear it today, conflict-sensitive approach. It's not a word that we used to hear at COP, UNCCD COP. We also need peace-responsive approach, which is kind of similar term. And most of all, we need civil society and local communities included as leading actors and not passive beneficiaries. Thank you.
Gabrielle, thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for that reminder around the quality of finance, that continuity, predictability, adaptability, scalability. I think it's adaptability often, which is the hardest thing to achieve. Certainly in investment. How do you plan investment for situation A when you know that probably situation C is going to happen when you least predict it? And I just wanted to acknowledge personally the work that you've done in driving this CSO led declaration. Thank you for that. It's really important work, and I'm glad to see the visibility that it's had. And there are many partners in the room here. Peter, I'm going to come to you for the World Bank's perspective, but before I ask you a question, I just want to reflect on a slightly different function of the World Bank. When I was at GCF and leading our investment portfolio in fragile and conflict-affected states, our first major public investment was $90 million in Somalia, which we made in 2023. We were able to make such a big investment in Somalia because the World Bank had been in Somalia for at least 10 years, putting into place transparent, accountable public finance systems. So there was a high level of confidence that when we invested, we could track where the investment was going, that there were the budget tools in place to make sure that that budget would get to where it was intended to be. It was really the World Bank as an enabling factor to support investment. When we went to South Sudan, that work had struggled and had a direct impact there on the tolerance of our board around the scale of investment that we could make. There's a really direct link between financial systems, the confidence they provide, and therefore the willingness to invest. And I want to pick up on the de-risking element of that. From your perspective, what would it take to move landscape restoration in these settings from small scale projects to investable, scalable programs? How does public and development finance help de-risk in those situations?
Okay, thanks very much. And good to hear we did something useful in Somalia. Investment in restoration certainly needs to be scaled up with 100 million hectares of additional land being degraded every year. We need to scale up, and particularly in FCV contexts. The World Bank's strategy on countries where there's fragility, conflict, and violence explicitly recognizes this link between land degradation and conflict. We know that when the competition for resources increase, this can tip over into conflict. It can create a breeding ground for armed groups to recruit, and it can create displacement. And that is illustrated by the fact that if you take the top 25, 25 countries which are most affected by climate change, 17 of those are FCV countries. So it's certainly important that we address this in FCV countries. How should we invest public funds to de-risk these investments in restoration in FCVs? Few points here. The first thing, and it's one that I've heard in various other events this week, is that we need to address multiple interrelated investment risks. If you think about a context of a rangeland restoration, dryland areas. It can't simply be a technical solution to restore those areas, whether it's removing invasive species or control grazing. You need to address multiple other risks at the same time. So you need to invest in the more productive agricultural areas, in irrigated fodder production, so that when the drought does hit, you've got a backup. You certainly need to invest in animal health so that your animals are in a better condition when they go into drought and less affected. And you need to invest in the marketing infrastructure so that when you need to destock, when you get, hopefully your advanced warning systems tell you that you've got a drought coming, you can destock. And that can be a myriad of things. It can be investment in marketing infrastructure. It can be harmonization of trade standards across borders so you can get that livestock out and actually still attach some value to it when you destock. So that means you need a comprehensive to deal with these multiple aspects of the production system at the same time, and not just make it a technical solution. The other thing I would say is you need to look across the landscape. I mean, you need to look up, up the watershed, so that you're looking at where water is stored, and not just doing the restoration in the dryland areas, but the areas that are storing the water. So take a watershed approach, and on that point, it's also important to look at investment in water holistically. So you're not just looking at investments in livestock watering points, but you're also looking at potable water, so that you've got a kind of a holistic approach to investment in water. There's no point in investing in a few livestock watering points and then finding you've got problems with potable water because of that. You need a water sector approach. And that's why at the bank, we have a team who specifically works on integrated water resource management. So you need to bring that team in. The third thing I would say is you need to invest in economic diversification, so that when there is a climate shock or a disease shock, those communities have got alternative forms of income, and they're less affected, whether that's, small food processing SMEs or whatever. So as you can see, this actually makes for more complex projects, and which is a challenge, and it means that you need to have that multi-sectoral cross-ministerial approach to deal with it. I think we've heard that many times. The second broad point I would make is that obviously you need to have the investment in the governance arrangements for those natural resources. You need to have the community-based management structures there to be able to implement the projects. And in the AMP, you need to have the land tenure arrangements in place, and you need to have the community participation in planning, which is a long-term investment. So governance arrangements. Thirdly, I would say you need to take a conflict-sensitive approach to your investment. So, we in World Bank projects, we specifically have these conflict and peace filters that projects have to go through. And that's for several reasons. First of all, you want to avoid any unintended consequences that your good restoration may have on conflict. So if you decide to, close off a certain area of land for restoration, and you find that some of the poorer members of the community can't access that, that's possibly a trigger point for conflict. So you need to identify these things in advance. And finally, I would say, you need to, under that conflict sensitive approach, you need to kind of take a proactive approach to managing conflict. So if you know that when there's drought, livestock are going to move across a border into another country where there's less drought and trigger conflict, you need to try and see that in advance. And some of our projects have helped to establish, in the Horn of Africa, committees, cross-border committees, where they foresee this based on early warning systems. And that should actually help communities which, might otherwise be in conflict come together. So some ways help peace. So this is, you'll see a lot of these features in many of the projects. If you look at the Food Systems Resilience Program in Somalia, we're investing about 50 million now, and in Kenya, 30 million. Those are all features of that project. They're not just restoration projects. They're much more They're much broader than that. In the Regional Sahel Pastoral Support Project, the PRAPS project, which has been going 74 million, been going for many years in Niger, Mauritania, Senegal, and Chad. Those are investments that are happening along the, the trading corridors for livestock. So these are things we're implementing in practice in the projects that we have, that's really the way our projects are shaped up now in restoration. They're not pure restoration projects; they're much broader than that. So those are some of the things. That's kind of some of the approaches. I've heard this many times in many of the other sessions. So I think broadly people are heading in the same direction on that front. Thank you.
Peter, thank you. Thanks very much. Thanks for bringing in that the importance of understanding and planning for a risk-reduced productive sector, a productive system and cycle, and particularly around economic and livelihood diversification. We see how critically important that is, particularly in dryland restoration and rangelands. I also just wanted to mention quickly the work from the World Bank from Lindsay Jones that was published last year on the volume of finance that is going into FCV settings. It's a really seminal piece of research that allowed us to the first time to really quantify what was going and therefore form the argument about an increase of finance into these settings. It's not just about getting the finance, it's also about volume of finance, which is critical. Willem, to you, and drawing on your experience with Common Land around long-term holistic landscape restoration, what is needed from your perspective to create those enabling conditions and financing models that shift landscape recovery from a fragmented project into something that is scalable and durable?
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for being here, and also thanks for bringing up Colombia, which where I lived a long period of time during the Civil War, so I know the conflict as a tropical ecologist. So as a former IUCN director, I founded Common Land because I was looking into how can we make the ecosystem approach practical. And therefore, we carefully looked into what is a degraded landscape and brought it down into 4 losses. And each degraded landscape all over the world, you find a loss of purpose, a loss of community, a loss of biodiversity and water catchment, everything that's associated to the natural environment, and a loss of income. That means that landscape under restoration should deliver 4 returns. And the first one is maximizing ROI, the return of inspiration. The second one is maximizing community returns, social returns, then of course the natural returns and the financial returns. Making this simplification possible, we were able to build a bridge between, let's say, financial and business institutes and governments, as well as local people, because everyone understands risk, returns, and losses. And we started to talk about losses first in landscape. So we're now working in more than 25 countries in areas above 100,000 and between 1 million and 100,000 hectares. And we have a time frame of minimum 20 years. And here's the critical point, of course. If you want to create or help to enable using the 4 returns as a compass to establish long-term restoration processes, we talk about processes, not about projects. The projects will be part of the process. And the process is, of course, about how to zone the landscape in such a way that you find a balance between what we call an economic zone, where you make income, could be agriculture, could be whatever, plants, whatever, between the natural zone, where you have protected areas and ecological corridors and rewilding stuff, and the combined zone, which is the place where you combine regen ag, agroforestry, rotational grazing with biodiversity. That combined zone is quite often overlooked. So what we do is we help local actors, including big NGOs and governments and provincial governments, to enable these processes, and we help to establish and bring in what we call process funding. And here's the point. If you don't have process funding, you can't work on projects. So our problem is how to find, let's say, $500,000 per year per landscape. That is 10 million for, let's say, an area of 1 million hectares in Spain or in Zambia to establish the process. That cost is relatively small compared to the income and bringing down the risk. We talk about billions for a large area, which is less than 1%. With the big financial institutions, including GEF, World Bank, and others, it is very difficult. Public development institutes in general cannot deliver those costs associated or only work through governments. So this is a difficult topic here. So we work with big philanthropists like Rockefeller and others, IKEA Foundation, and so on, to establish those process costs. As soon as we have established those process costs and are able to work with local actors, we help them to develop long-term development landscape plans. And those landscape plans are the basis for a landscape finance assessment. And those landscape finance assessments show the risk and returns for companies, for governments to bring down risks. And that helps them to establish the right, bring in the right funding. And this is, of course, we started in Europe and in Africa and India, and are now looking into Latin America as well, and Australia. And what we've seen so far is that increasingly, when we started 13 years ago, increasingly this topic becomes, and we hear it everywhere, becomes more common, but still the barrier is how to find minimum 20 years of process cost. Let's say the €500,000 or dollars per year per landscape, which is nothing compared to what's needed. So this is the de-risking money we need to find, and it's built on trust. You cannot always guarantee, like many development projects, and I've been working with the Dutch Development Bank and the Dutch Development DGIs for many years. The control they want to have is just not realistic. So we need to find a balance between control and guidance. So what we do is work on guidance, while we know that control depends on a lot of things. We work, you work with people and ecology. Both are difficult. So trust is number one indicator, and we use several indicators. We use KPIs per return, but for the return of inspiration, we use KTIs, key transformation indicators. That topic is quite often ignored. So that's the point, where to find process funding for at least 20, 30 years. But it is true. I mean, in rainforest areas, I've lived there, it goes pretty fast, but still, and you mentioned the topic, what happened in Colombia after the war? People started to degrade again because the war protected the forest, because no one wanted to go into the forest because the FARC was there. So how to move that away? We need to look in transforming people, basically. And that takes time. Yes. And that means money. Thank you.
Willem, thanks. I love that, and I will be repeating this process rather than projects, and the funding that supports process. I have lived and worked in many of these countries, and I completely agree that is the missing financial piece of the puzzle. There's often a lot of initial capacity building, very little capacity sharing. Some inroads on policy that then find it difficult to be bedded down given political changes. So it's thank you for drawing our attention to that. I'm going to open up to questions from the floor. I think we have a microphone down here that we can use if anyone would like to ask a question. And after this, I'll come back just for a quick closing remark from each of the panel members. If there's anything that you've heard from the audience and from each other that you would like to comment on in closing. If you can stand up, introduce yourself, your name and the organization you're from, and then direct the question. Thank you.
I'm Jay Rana from Alliance from India. While looking at the finance, we are developing one roadmap for the fragile ecological systems. And we did analysis of more than around 150 policies of the government and scheme and mission that are being there. But we find that a lot of finance are available. So $1 billion of rupees are there in Indian rupees, but they're in silos. So how you bring those money together? Because when we look at the restoration, then or particularly when talking the agri-food system in total, then everything comes into that. But that money is not there. That money is in silos and that is distributed so thinly that it's very difficult to really work on this. So how do you foresee on this particular aspect that the money is there but thinly distributed?
Who would like to? Jamal?
Without the mic. Maybe I start just from the perspective of the UN system, because in any countries there is a UN coordination system. So, and when we talk about the different UN agencies working together in one country and bringing the funds and investment from the different perspective, being it ILO, the UNESCO, the FAO. So I think it's really the role of the UN coordination system in the country to coordinate what the sequencing, the place for the investment. So that would be just from the UN perspective, that's where it should happen. I mean, there definitely could be improved, I would say, but that the coordination mechanism exists in the countries for that.
Maybe also to build on that. So our experience is if, I mean, those funds are indeed in silos with different ministries, they don't work together, etc. And then you have private philanthropy and you have companies. So identifying the pain and the gain of a landscape as you continue degrading it and then put the numbers on it, which you can do, but you need to do some efforts and do it collaborative. And we use a process, it's called Theory U, it's from MIT, developed by MIT. It's a co-creative collaborative process to make that happen. And we fund that process, but identify the pain and the gain. You will identify which ministry or which funding source or which company at the end will face the pain and thus need to look into how to move from that further and bring in restoration initiatives. And then you are able to convince them with the numbers to do the right things in those landscapes so that their, let's say, their commodity or their water management, the commons, all social issues are addressed. So this is what we try to do, is making holistic landscape management practical. And that is, of course, difficult, but you can analyze it and step by step and do this for water catchment, for instance, maybe in your case.
I'll just quickly comment on that from my experience in investing and asking for investment and then providing investment over the last 25 years. I think there's two issues and they're at either end of the scale. One is the protectionism that happens amongst the different conventions, particularly at the negotiation level, where there is, I think, a deep fear that if you start talking about conflict, climate and peace and land and agriculture in the same sentence, that you are going to shrink the buckets. The buckets are separate at the moment. You go for financing for humanitarian over there, you go for climate there, you go for peace there, you go for development there. There is a lot of fear that if you start to talk about the convergence, that the buckets will become one and naturally shrink. And we're actually seeing some of that happen at large in ODA. So there is a fear at the supply side of the system. There's also a great fear in my experience in countries like Somalia, Afghanistan, Iraq, Palestine, and others at the demand side from governments at cabinet level. And one of the messages I have repeatedly given over the course of my career is finance needs to function like a river, not a dam. If you are the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Environment and you have attracted 10 million, 5 million, 500,000, you shouldn't seek to protect, you should seek to use that money to leverage what can happen in other ministries. That actually improves your political power and your political capital. So finance at the demand side needs to be river, not a dam. And we have to be able to balance the supply and demand side in those financing mechanisms. I'm going to come to a colleague here in the front. Stand up if you don't mind and introduce yourself. And then I've seen the other hands.
I don't know if it's possible to speak in Spanish.
I can't translate, but
precisamente mi nombre es Lina María Rojas, vengo de una fundación Herencia Ambiental del Caribe, mi primera vez en la COP. Estoy haciendo mi doctorado con un grupo de porcicultores criollos para recuperar razas criollas colombianas. Y habló del contexto colombiano, sí, todo depende de las políticas que se implementen en cada gobierno y pues en el gobierno anterior habíamos empezado a hablar de agroecología, de distribución de tierras y realmente pues estamos en una situación muy compleja de no solamente a nivel de nuestro país, sino a nivel mundial. O sea, acabo de pasar allí en una protesta indígena de donde no hay participación de la sociedad civil, de los jóvenes, de las mujeres. Entonces, si en estos encuentros que son mundiales no nos estamos poniendo de acuerdo, Entonces, ¿cómo vamos a hacer para restaurar, para tener alimento para todo el mundo? Y sobre todo el cambio de la producción que estamos nosotros planteando, agroecología, de alimentos más saludables. Si seguimos por la industrialización de la comida, pues realmente no vamos a tener más planeta. O sea, estamos destruyendo nuestro mundo. Entonces, sí, hay muchas dificultades que tenemos y realmente el suelo es parte importante en cada uno de los países y estamos con proyectos muy pequeñitos y ya no esperamos nada de los gobiernos. Estamos trabajando localmente porque realmente esperar que hayan cambios es imposible. Y además, a veces los gobiernos no asumen todo lo que se habla aquí. Entonces, es difícil.
Y tu pregunta fundamental sería...
Mi pregunta es cómo logramos incluir estos cambios y que lleguen a nuestros países realmente cuando hay gobiernos de ultraderecha que realmente van a...
So, yeah, thank you. So basically, the main question is, how can we achieve that all of these that we are debating here can arrive to our governments, especially in the moment in which our governments are becoming more and more fundamentalist and conservatives, and how can it be that we have a lot of indigenous people now here, for example, that are not sitting on the table, and how can we have these conversations, also bring them to our countries, no? Okay.
¿Qué quieres hablar en castellano o qué? Primero en inglés, ¿eh? So yes, it's a very difficult question. I mean, that you bring to the table with all this government. But what we have experienced is bottom up, bringing people together who are in crisis and start to talk first about losses, because that will open hearts. And if you open hearts, you can make a connection. And you bring even polarized people together, because everyone has losses, personal losses, landscape losses, whatever losses. And so we have that strategy, and that might take sometimes a year before you start to talk about restoration. So that I think is the entry point. And of course, we can have a whole day talking about this topic. But even governments need to deal with losses, especially when they are threatened by climate risk, disasters, whatever, and wars. And that costs money at the end. And that is an issue. So.
Gabriel.
Thank you for the question. Likewise, I'm not doing Spanish. My Spanish is terrible. So I'm speaking from I'm from France and based in Geneva. So kind of like the more rational European kind of how to frame these type of things. And I think from my understanding is how to frame the land restoration as like a way of having peace is really to make it like rational. Because when we tend to speak to negotiators with like emotions, they kind of reject them. So it's kind of how can we adapt to their language? And I think is how can we make it about the risking and how we can have like more prevention and like preventative action. So it's kind of, if you invest now before it's too late, then it will avert future humanitarian crisis, whether it's Colombia, the same in France, same in Africa, kind of is everywhere. If you can avert, then it's less costly. I don't remember the figure, but I think it's $1 invested for prevention is $30. You don't have to invest in humanitarian crisis. So to me, just how to make like logical statements and also to combine in a way emotions.
Thank you. I'm going to take a question here, but I also want to respond. I think the critical component here, people change, and I said this yesterday in a similar session, people change for one of two reasons. The incentive is high enough and strong enough, or the pain is too great. And I think in dealing with governments, this is a balance. Do you frame it as a loss argument? What do we stand to lose? And who will lose most? What would it cost to recover? Or what do we stand to gain? And I think often we mix up when we use those two arguments. And often we fail to quantify the loss or the gain. Or we don't have the science backing, which is where the alliance comes in, to be able to accurately and confidently, science always brings confidence, to say, we know this because X, Y, Z. So for me, whenever I'm in discussions with governments about what we fund is, am I pushing the incentive or am I pushing the pain? And that's a good way of understanding which part of the advocacy argument you land on. Would you like to ask your question? Thank you.
Okay, my name is Inktuya. I'm a representative of the Soil Habitat NGO, and I'm a professor of the soil science and agrochemistry. I'm very happy to participate in COP17. I also really improve my knowledge. I'm working in the sustainable implementation of the sustainable soil management for the food security and mitigating climate change, because of the soil is the core of the food systems and also mitigating climate change. That's why we already, last 6 years, I researched our soil in agriculture and grassland soils and developed the National Soil Information System. And now we already observed field observation, field research, soil profile analysis, and also laboratory results. Already we now know the hotspots. Of course, we have a soil degradation in the agricultural area and also grassland desertification. We should need to now protect. For example, the persist. His thought is the persisting is very important. That's why I know how to implement this good practices in Mongolian pastoral land, sequestration and emission of the soil organic carbon, and also in the agriculture field. All this knowledge, methodology, everything I have, but it's missing is equipment. For example, as gas analyzer, and to researching the chamber methods, gas analyzer, or gas chromatograph. But without this, I cannot do processing. It is really important. I would like how to investment. It's for salary for working is not only for these equipments. It's how to investment to help research adapt this emission, research emission of the soil organic carbon and sequestration. It's how to sequester it. It will be decreased now. I think we have, it was according to UNCCD in Mongolian total 77% of the total area is desertification. Yes. But now is only 82. Yes. I would like to next COP17 should be implemented in the pastoral land, in the cropland, in the sequester, mitigate, sequestrate the soil organic carbon to mitigate climate change. It's how to.
Thank you.
Please help.
I'll give the microphone. Thank you very much. Thank you for reminding us about the importance of soil as that foundational component. It was very interesting for us as the Alliance meeting with a Canadian government representative this morning to hear that Canada has actually commissioned a national soil health strategy. And there are various senators within the Canadian government that are talking about making soil a national protection priority. But of course, to do that, you have to have the measurements and the finance to support the instruments, which are often very technical. We know this from the Alliance. We have a carbon methane measuring chamber in Colombia. Where does the finance come to provide that technology that is needed in countries like Mongolia to do that work? Is there someone who would like to address that question around investment for infrastructure and technology infrastructure? World Bank, maybe. Thank you.
So I can say that there is a very specific effort now in the World Bank, which is increasing, is to repurpose some of the agricultural spending which has been spent on some of the less efficient agricultural support programs, to turn that into incentives for supporting improved soils. So there is an effort to spend much more on improvement of soils and repurposing agricultural expenditure towards that. We have programs in Africa working on that. The other thing is just to recognize, science is really important. We know that a lot of the solutions are very context specific. They're specific to the location, to the soil. And so cooperation with, research institutes like yours to make sure that the solutions are right for that particular context are really important. And that's where we hope, some of that repurpose spending will go towards work with the scientific institutes. So the science is very, very important. But yeah, big effort now to repurpose agricultural spending towards improved soils.
Peter, thank you. I'm going to take one more question from the audience, and then we've been joined, fortunately, by Dr. Teshome Tamarat, who's the Director General of Forest Resources Inventory for the Ethiopian Forestry Development. We had overlapping sessions. So, Dr. Teshome, thank you for joining us. I'm going to take a question from the audience, then come back to the panel for that really 30-second quick final statement, and Dr. Teshome, thank you. Is there a microphone we can use in the back? We might need to. That's fine. That's fine. That will reach.
Would you mind coming a little in front if that's okay? The length is maybe not. Yeah. Thank you so much. Very cooperation.
Thank you so much. I'm the head of climate resilience at WFP at the Bureau of West and Central Africa. We have in the region one of the most important restoration program, in Sahel Integrated Resilience Program within WFP. And we are confronted every day more and more of this monetization issue of we need to demonstrate, to provide numbers, to demonstrate the financial viability or the financial convenience for the stakeholders, for the government, for the donors of investment in long-term objectives. And on the other side, even internally, the issue of dealing with the long-term processes that require 15 years, maybe more, on the land restoration, on the ecosystem, and at the other side, the short-term food security, which is our mandate, results. And the struggle of combining them is not easy. So, and I will stop there. But my question for the IFIs is, given this contradiction between what is a public good and what is privatized today worldwide in everything, we need to be business oriented. Is there a way of conditioning the different financing stream that are provided by IFI as the World Bank, but not only, to try to safeguard what is directed to protect these public goods as ecosystems are? Because we understand very well the need for agricultural production, generate investment revenues, etc. But we needed to protect that part. That is the very big part of the environment, of the very big picture, the very big infrastructure, which are ecosystem, how we can act on that side of the chain.
Thank you very much. I've just also been alerted. I thought we went to 12:30, but we go to 12:15. So we're already a minute over. So the question was directed to IFIs. If I can ask for a quick reflection from Peter as also a final reflection. And Dr. Teshome, we have literally a couple of minutes. Peter.
Okay, so just quickly on that, the challenge there, if I understood the question right, is to put some value on these ecosystem services that come out of restoration. Funnily enough, I was at a meeting last night about trying to develop a tool which does exactly that. So like a quick rough estimate using global data where we can look at a very specific location, look at a specific technology, and make at least a rough estimate of the value of those ecosystem services that come out of better soils, better restoration. And that helps us make the argument, not just based on the financial returns to the farmers, but also some of those downstream benefits that come from restoration, and that helps us make the argument for investing in those. So it comes back down to good science, and it comes back down to good data and good tools to bring that together to allow us to be able to do that valuation and recognize the value of those ecosystem services that come out of restoration.
Thanks, Peter. And let's have a chat because we have a tool. Dr. Tashome, if I can ask you very quickly to speak on behalf of Ethiopia.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'll ask apologies for not coming on time because of the overlapping of side events. But actually, I was expected to present a speech on Ethiopian experience on restoring land in conflict-affected areas. Yes, Ethiopia is the most affected country in conflicts, especially in pastoral areas, because of the conflict for the resources. So land restoration is not an option for Ethiopia, because we have set a very good policy that we have developed LDN targets. We have developed the Green Legacy Initiative, which is a national initiative to restore the whole land restoration across the whole nation. And we have also, our government is committed to finance this restoration through the special fund, which is called Green Legacy Initiative Fund, which can really support the local fund to support this initiative. So by the end of the time, we restore all these lowland pastoral communities. When we address these issues, we can really resolve the conflicts at the end of the day. And so our government is really working hard, and some CSOs, NGOs also contributing a lot in pastoral communities areas, in lowland areas. So this is the most affected area. So we need an attention to be given for those areas. So the intervention will be continued. So we'll join any initiative that is really with the pastoral initiative, the global initiative that is working on reducing conflict and restoring the degraded lands. Thank you very much. I'll have time.
Dr. Tashome, thank you. And I think that's your observation. This is a really admirable part, that the Ethiopian government is treating this as a policy and a convergence of policy issue. And it's really encouraging, therefore, then to see the investment asks that come from the understanding of it as a policy initiative or issue. I'm going to start with Gabriel, please, 30 seconds, and then I'll wrap up. Gabriel, Dr. Musa, thank you.
So I think you can tell I'm young, and maybe younger than most of the audience. So the issue we, like negotiators, are talking about today will be my world tomorrow. I'm come from Southwest France. You might have heard the fires. So this is reality. There's not only fragile conflict-affected states, also France. And I'm sure we all heard stories about land degradation in our own country. So please, whatever you function, your work, your NGO, states, IFI, please work on that. Thank you.
It's okay for me. No, I have just to thank everybody to be here. I'm very happy to be among you. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Well, just to say, I think, what the obvious thing that's come out of this meeting and many other meetings during the time, we have a responsibility on our side to make sure our investments are really, multi-stakeholder based investment, working with, all the ministries we need to make this work, and all the parts of society to make this work. I mean, what Jeff often refers to as this kind of whole of society, whole of government approach. These things are multi-sectoral efforts, and that's how we have to design them. And that's the responsibility on our part of government, to make sure that those investments are shaped up that way.
Yeah, I think if you really look into the future, the upcoming restoration industry cannot be ignored anymore. It is coming. So what do we need is a finance industry that needs to transition from maximizing return on investment in a short-term time frame into multiple returns for a very long time frame. And that means that the finance sector really need to look into the mirror, as well as the public sector. I mean, I'm talking about the public and the private finance sector, so the development institutes as well as the private investors worldwide in London and New York, etc., to enable, let's say, to move towards mechanisms that enable this industry. That means long-term, bottom-up, looking into governance, and be aware that they can make a lot of mistakes. Normally, a lot of investors, they lose a lot of money. And this is not about losing money. This is about co-creating and enabling the restoration of our ecosystem. So this is an entire new industry. And that means that the next generation of finance people need to understand ecology and people. Thanks.
Yes, and I want to talk about the restoration again, back to land and water. I think with all that investment, but which had been already made in restoration, right? So probably our efficiency is also not so high. So, and in the time when with the financial crisis, with all the geopolitical crisis in Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, we really have to be much more responsible on how do we do the restoration, our practices. And I think what really resonated with me or with the FAO, I would say, is the conflict sensitive or even conflict centered integrated land use planning. So this is an investment in de-risking. It's a process which will de-risk your future investment. And I think that's what should be really where we start and where I think we should be doing continuously.
Dr. Tashome, one last word from you.
Finally, I will really, it's very important to integrate land restoration with in conflicted areas, as I earlier spoke. Just I'll talk to 2 points, very important, that we will talking these days about the synergies of this the convention. So the synergies is very important, and we have to think out of the silo. That's obvious that in order to implement all of our targets in NBSAPs, NLDN, and NDC, we have to work closely. That is my point. And the last thing, that communication is very important. We have to communicate where we have resources, because many countries have got targets, but they don't have to tap. They don't know where to tap the target, the finance sector. So the cooperation on communication is very important, that we can implement our targets very successfully. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for joining us today. I think very clearly we need frameworks that treat land restoration in fragile settings not as an afterthought or humanitarian response, but as a first-line investment in stability and de-risking. We need financing instruments that can operate where others won't and for longer, that are patient enough for ecosystems and communities to recover. And we need to mandate genuine coordination and convergence across the silos that have thus far kept fragmented work fragmented. Thanks for your contribution today. Enjoy the rest of your time here. Thank you.
Can I talk? All right, everyone, we're going to start our next session in very few minutes. So please get seated. And yeah. Joao?
Yes. Yeah. No, I'm good. Yes. No. Somebody will. Let me see if this is, if I can read this. Yes. Are we ready to start? Are we ready to start? Yeah, I need just my clock. Okay, I think we can start. What do you think? Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our event on community. the Community Leadership and Regional Cooperation for Global Impact. My name is Ron Capari. I work for WWF International. I lead our work on food and agriculture, and I will be the moderator for this session. So welcome, everybody. Today's event comes at an exciting time with yesterday's launch of the Rangelands flagship initiative and pipeline of $1.2 billion US, putting grasslands, savannas, and rangelands at the front and center of restoration discussions, and indeed bringing these ecosystems to the forefront of nature and climate agendas, something many of us have been advocating for a long time. But today we're not here to talk about pledges and commitments. We are here to talk about impacts and to learn from what is already being successfully implemented on the ground. We have many colleagues who are going to come to the podium and speak. But before anything, I'd like to give the floor to Ms. Greta Aguilar. She is the Director General of IUCN. Greta, welcome.
Okay, let me see if I can. It's just that the microphone is too high for me. I'm short.
Let's see. Is this okay? Yes.
Well, thank you for being here, and distinguished colleagues and partners from WWF, La Fundación Vida Silvestre Argentina, and all of you who have come here. Let me also give a warm welcome to the State Secretary of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change of Mongolia, His Excellency Shuren Chulum Bat Bayar. So welcome all to the IUCN Pavilion. We gathered today at the UNCCD COP17 with a shared urgent mission to halt land degradation and bring life back into our planet's vital ecosystems. It is my distinct privilege to welcome you to the official screening of Horizonte Vivo. This powerful short documentary shines a much-needed spotlight on some of the most overlooked yet ecologically critical landscapes on Earth, the magnificent grasslands and savannas of Latin America, my region. When many people think of Latin America and Latin American conservation, their minds justly turn to the Amazon rainforest. But today, Horizonte Vivo takes us on a journey through other extraordinary biomes that are equally essential to the health of our planet. We will travel through the seasonal rhythms of the Pantanal and the grand expanse of the humid Chaco, the fertile plains of the Pampas, and the sweeping landscapes of the Orinoco. These biomes are living, breathing reservoirs of unique biodiversity. I hope that some of you have been able to visit them, because it is really amazing to be in the presence of these amazing, amazing places full of biodiversity and also local communities and indigenous peoples. So these places, they host a specialized flora and fauna found nowhere else on Earth. Furthermore, they act as massive carbon sinks and safeguard critical water resources for millions of people. Yet, these ecosystems face unprecedented threats from unsustainable agricultural expansion, climate change, and habitat fragmentation. To lose them is to lose our planetary safety net. However, Horizonte Vivo is not a story of despair. It is a profound testament to hope, resilience, and action. The heart of this documentary lies on its celebration of local community-led ecosystem restoration. It shows us that the best guardians of nature are the people who live within it. When local communities are empowered with sustainable land management tools, ecosystems recover, biodiversity return, and local economies thrive. This film perfectly embodies the core mission of IUCN, uniting society to conserve the integrity and diversity of nature. We could not have brought this vital narrative to the global stage alone. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our exceptional partners, WWF and la Fundación Vida Silvestre Argentina. Your dedication to regional conservation management made this project possible. Together, our collaboration demonstrates the power of global expertise paired with deep local roots. Allow me also to mention here that IUCN and WWF and our partners are pleased to launch two important knowledge products today. One is the Grasslands and Savannas Core Ecosystem Dynamics and Regional Profiles. And the second is the Grasslands and Savannas Defining Degradation, Restoration, and Key Principles for Success. Friends, once more, thank you for being here. As we watch this vivid landscape film in our screen today, let us remember that these are not just beautiful sights for our eyes, but a powerful reminder that the choices we make here at COP17 have real consequences for the people, communities, and ecosystems that depend on them. The stories in Horizonte Vivo must inspire the policies we debate and the financial commitments we secure here at COP17. Let us carry the spirit of these community leaders into our work this week and beyond. Let us work towards a living horizon for Latin America and the world. Thank you, and I truly hope that you enjoy the film. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Gretel, for these introductory remarks. Deeply appreciated. I'd like to invite to the podium now His Excellency Shuren Chulun Batbayar, the State Secretary for Environment and Climate Change of Mongolia. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Aguilar. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and colleagues and friends. It's a pleasure to join you, IUCN, WWF, and our colleagues from Latin America for today's documentary screening dialogue. Hola, amigos. I think today is actually a very good day for this discussion. This morning here at COP17, the Global Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Fund, led by IUCN and UNEP, announced up to $7.5 million in new grant funding for nature-based solutions. For me, this is exactly the kind of connection we need at the COP17. Between discussion and the action, and between good ideas and real financing on the ground. Today's documentary gives us another important connection between Latin America and Mongolia. We are far apart of geographically and distance. Our landscapes are different. Our histories and production systems are different. But when we look at our grasslands, savannas, and steppes, we also see many similarities. In Mongolia, the steppe is not simply landscape. It's a part of our history, our economy, and our way of life. Millions of livestock depend on these rangelands. and so do hundreds of thousands of hectares and families. And when the land is degraded, impact doesn't stop with the land. Water becomes less reliable. Drought becomes more serious. Livestock and livelihoods become more vulnerable, and ultimately communities become more vulnerable. That's why I think it's very appreciated that we are having this discussion on Water Day. For Mongolia, land and water cannot be separated. If you want a healthy water system, we need healthy soil and vegetation. If you want resilient, healthy communities, we need healthy rangelands. So restoring land is also about protecting water, livelihoods, and future of our rural communities. This is also why Mongolia has placed rangelands and pastoralists high on the COP17 agenda. The International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists 2026 was initiated by Mongolia and adopted by United Nations General Assembly. What we do not want to this year and simply as an awareness campaign. We want to leave something practical behind, stronger cooperation, more investment, better knowledge sharing, and more support reaching people who actually manage these landscapes. This is where I believe the experience of Latin America is very valuable for us. We do not need to copy one another's solutions, but we can learn from what works, adapt it to our own conditions, and build partnership between regions. That is also the idea behind the STEP action agenda that Mongolia is advancing through COP17. Sorry. Taking the discussion beyond this conference and turning into the long-term cooperation and action. So I hope that today's documentary will not only show us the challenges facing these landscapes. I hope it will also show us what's possible when local communities, governments, international organizations, and financing partners work together. On behalf of the government of Mongolia, I thank IUCN, WWF, our colleagues from Latin America, and everyone who contributed to this documentary and today's dialogue. And once again, congratulations to IUCN and UNEP on this morning's announcement. I hope some of the ideas and partnerships we discuss here today will become next projects that we receive to support. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for your introductory remarks. I'd like now to call on stage, continuing our program, His Excellency Oscar Caputi, Vice Minister of the Ministry of Environment of Uruguay. Very, very welcome. Please take your seat. Also, His Excellency Dario Mandelburger, from the National Biodiversity Director, the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development of Paraguay. Bienvenidos. Her Excellency Marioldi Sanchez, Latin American Caribbean representative at the CSO panel for the UNCCD. Muy bienvenidos a todos. Es un gusto estar aquí con ustedes. I'm going to ask them each in turn questions and their reflections, and you feel free to respond in English or in Spanish because we will have support from the translation after your talks. Siéntese bienvenido a hablar en español o en inglés, que haremos una traducción corta al final de sus charlas, okay? Well, His Excellency Oscar Caputi, Uruguay's natural grasslands are central to biodiversity and ecosystem services, while also supporting an important livestock economy. What has Uruguay learned about the policies and incentives that allow conservation and production to reinforce each other rather than compete with one another? Over to you.
Thank you very much. I speak in Spanish because my English is bad, very bad.
Perfecto.
Buenos días y muchas gracias por la invitación a este evento. Uruguay es un importante productor de alimentos y esta actividad sustenta gran parte de nuestra economía. Por tanto, tenemos el desafío de articular las acciones de conservación con la producción como forma de garantizar la calidad de vida de nuestros ciudadanos en el marco del desarrollo sostenible. You are translate? Okay. Como parte de los compromisos asumidos en las convenciones de Río, nuestro país promueve la incorporación de la dimensión ambiental al desarrollo económico y social, incluyendo los sistemas productivos. Este abordaje integral alcanza particularmente a los sistemas de producción ganadera del país basados en pastizales naturales. Sin embargo, si bien la ganadería se encuentra entre las actividades productivas más sostenibles, también puede generar impactos ambientales, tanto sobre la biodiversidad de los pastizales, la degradación de los suelos, la contaminación de los cursos de agua y la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero. El estado de conservación de los pastizales es determinado por el manejo ganadero, incluyendo la carga animal, el sistema de pastoreo y la relación entre la carga de ovejas y vacas. En base a este conocimiento, Uruguay ha diseñado proyectos y programas de asistencia técnica a productores con el objetivo de transferir un conjunto de buenas prácticas que han demostrado ser exitosas para aumentar la eficiencia productiva y los ingresos económicos, al tiempo que se obtienen resultados de conservación. Nuestros análisis muestran que las zonas con mayor superficie dedicada a la ganadería poseen las mayores superficies de hábitats naturales y con mayor oferta de servicios ecosistémicos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, señor Oscar. Vamos a hacer una pequeña traducción aquí de sus puntos.
Muchas gracias, Oscar. So just to recap the wonderful work that Uruguay is doing, I have a couple of ideas, what they mentioned. So Uruguay's economy is strongly linked to food and livestock production, much of it based on natural grasslands. So the central challenge is to reconcile production with conservation. The country is integrating environmental objectives into productive systems in line with the Rio Conventions, recognizing that livestock can both support grassland conservation and create pressures on biodiversity, soils, water, and emissions. So a key lesson that Uruguay has is that how livestock is managed matters. So stocking rates, grazing systems, and the balance between cattle and sheep directly influence grassland conditions. So Uruguay is therefore promoting technical assistance and good management practices that can simultaneously increase productivity and producer income while conserving natural habitats and ecosystemic service. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Let's turn now to Mr. Dario Madelburger. And the question for Paraguay is drawing on Paraguay's experience in managing landscapes where forests, savannas, grasslands, wetlands are interconnected. What lessons can Paraguay share about conserving biodiversity while supporting water security, sustainable production, and local livelihoods?
Okay. Thank you for inviting to the side events. It's more important to my country explain about this situation. Well, I need to explain in Spanish, which please translate, but my English is not qualified to exposition. Thank you. Paraguay tiene no mucha porción de territorio donde desarrollamos las sabanas. Es un territorio donde la acción productiva ganadera se ha desarrollado. Tenemos una condición de determinar ciertas presiones y también el uso por el hecho de que hay un gran desafío hoy día por la transformación de la sabana en zonas de producción de especies exóticas como eucaliptos para la producción de material energético. Paraguay tiene determinado por su ecosistema una amplia condición de especies de importancia de protección en las sabanas. Las aves pequeños roedores, mamíferos, pero lo más importante en el sitio son los polinizadores, que influyen mucho en la condición de borde de la sabana por los bosques que tienen en zonas de protección a los cauces hídricos y a los territorios de zonas de producción. Es un gran desafío para el país, para el proceso en un control de ordenamiento territorial y también el cumplimiento de las normas legales. Existen normas legales, pero obviamente tiene el sesgo de la aplicación y los vacíos de compromiso. Entonces, hay mucha necesidad de investigación, de colaboración de procesos educativos e interpretación del valor de la sabana. Importante para un país de desarrollo de comercio. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias.
Okay. Gracias, Darío. So, Paraguay's experience is that even though savannas don't occupy a lot of the territory, they have a lot of increasing pressures on the territory, of pressures that is transforming the land. So this includes the introduction of species like eucalyptus that are associated with unproductive use and energy use also. So these ecosystems host an important biodiversity like birds, mammals, but especially pollinizers are the most important species here. They are fundamental for ecological connectivity, for the borders of the habitat and the courses of water. So that is why it is important to have adequate territorial management and planning, and that is something that Paraguay is working on. They have the norms and the legal structure to do this. However, there are breaches of information and specific commitments towards savannas in the country. So it is necessary to strengthen investigation and to generate evidence to orient and to make better decisions regarding the management of savannas in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Sanchez, let's go to you now. From the perspective of civil society in Latin America and the Caribbean, what must COP17 deliver to ensure that the people who live and manage grasslands, savannas, and drylands are not only consulted, but have real influence over decisions and access to resources needed for action in their own territories?
Thank you for the question. And I think I will also answer in Spanish because I will be more fluent to explain, because particularly this question is very challenging to answer considering the current status of the deliberations at COP17. So I will switch now to Spanish. Bueno, desde Sociedad Civil de Latinoamérica reconocemos, nos sumamos a lo que se ha mencionado hoy sobre la particularidad de nuestros pastizales, ¿no? Y los diferentes tipos de uso que tienen estos pastizales, más allá de los aspectos productivos, también los servicios de la naturaleza y que aseguran el bienestar de las personas. Para nosotros, esta COP, además de la decisión que se está abordando específica para pastizales y pastores, es sumamente importante que el resto de decisiones acompañen también el reconocimiento de un elemento que lo han mencionado los panelistas aquí, que tiene que ver con la planificación del territorio o la planificación del uso de la tierra. Y para ello, una condición habilitante importante es la tenencia de la tierra. Entonces, no solamente para nosotros desde la perspectiva de sociedad civil, viendo las realidades en nuestra región de inseguridad jurídica territorial, de influencia de actividades ilícitas en los territorios y la débil participación de las comunidades de los pastizales, es de especial importancia que la agenda de tenencia de la tierra continúe avanzando en las decisiones de esta COP, así también como las discusiones sobre la agenda de género, porque de manera particular también en Latinoamérica muchas de las decisiones del día a día sobre el uso, manejo y conservación de los pastizales están en manos de las mujeres, por las propias dinámicas regionales asociadas a migración, dinámicas socioeconómicas, y todavía reconocemos de que hay un camino largo por recorrer para asegurar que las mujeres puedan tener una participación efectiva también en los procesos de toma de decisión de planificación territorial. Entonces creo que esperamos que esta COP avance en una agenda específica para pastizales sin dejar de lado el progreso alcanzado ya con estos dos temas y que podamos adoptar nuevos acuerdos que puedan luego ser traducidos a un nivel nacional y lleven a una implementación más efectiva y una participación de las comunidades de los pastizales y sabanas. Sí, gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Marioldi.
Gracias, Marioldi. So, one important point from civil society perspective is that the future of grasslands cannot be addressed only through conservation or production policies. These landscapes provide multiple ecosystem services, but their condition is ultimately shaped by broader decisions on land use, planning, territorial governance, and critically land tenure. This becomes even more important in contexts like Latin America, where we have illegal activities, land conversion, or insecure tenure that are putting additional pressure on these ecosystems. So beyond what is negotiated in the COP, we need to land governance agenda to keep moving forward. And there is also a strong gender dimension. Women are often directly involved in managing land, livestock, water, and household resources, yet they still have less secure access to land and less influence in formal decision-making. If we want better decisions about grasslands, women need to be a part of deciding how land is governed and used. And a strong one-line takeaway that I really like what you mentioned is that grassland conservation is ultimately also a question of who has rights over the land, who makes decisions about it, and whose knowledge is also recognized. So thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Your Excellencies. Thank you so much for your participation. You may return to your seats for the continuation of the program. Thank you. I'd like now to call here to the podium Belén Valenzuela, the IUCN Sur. She's going to give us a few remarks on the efforts as part of the Regional Knowledge Platform on Grasslands and Savannas in Latin America.
Yes. So thank you. It's me again. Oh, yes. Thank you. So very briefly, thank you for being here. So building on what Greta mentioned in her speech, we have been developing the Grasslands and Savannas platform in Latin America. And I would like to focus briefly on what we were able to do or what the platform enabled us to do regionally and on a more political level. One of the most important things that we did through the platform was a pre-COP Grasslands and Savannas event for COP17, where we met in Quito in June this year, and we had 11 country representatives, we had academia, we had civil society also representing in the event. And basically what we did was see what were the priorities, what did Latin America want to bring to the COP? So we had a lot of messages and a lot of actions that we that converged. And with that, we developed an advocacy paper. It's the Latin American advocacy paper on grasslands and savannas for the COP17. It was a pleasant surprise to see that a lot of civil society organizations and the countries are using them in the negotiations right now during the COP. So that is like what politically brings us together and what shows that if we are together as IUCN, as civil society, as governments, we can really make an impact and an influence in these types of negotiations on a global scale. So with that, I just wanted to invite you to keep on engaging with us. We have the QR codes for the Latin American platform on grasslands and savannas. That is more than just like a knowledge repository, but we have a lot of actions going on that. And we also have the UNCCD COP17 regional advocacy paper so that you can follow through and see what Latin America is positioning here. So thank you.
Thank you so much for this this invitation to understand more what you do on grasslands and savannas, Belén. Now it's my pleasure to call my colleague from WWF, Sofia Rincon. She is the landscape lead for and eco-regional coordinator of the Orinoquia of WWF Colombia. Sofia, welcome.
Well, hello to everyone. I'm so happy to be here and have the opportunity to introduce to you this wonderful documentary result of great collaborative work, part of a project that we call Safeguarding Overlooked Ecosystem, Protect, Manage, and Restore Grasslands and Savannas in Argentina, Colombia, and Paraguay. This project is funded by the Climate Initiative of the German Federal Environmental Ministry. And through the 3 pillars, protect, manage, and restore, this project supports upscaling of sustainable management practices, creating resilient, connected, productive landscape featuring sustainable food system aiming to halt biodiversity loss and support climate change adaptation and mitigation. This project also raise awareness, as you can see during the whole session, raise awareness regarding grasslands and savannas, develops research, and conduct South-South exchanges. The film illustrates a very good example of what type of collaboration we need to conserve these kind of ecosystems. The film was produced by WWF Germany, Colombia, Paraguay, and Fundación Vida Silvestre from Argentina, and was produced by a producing film company called Chaco Films. But this wouldn't be possible without the support of our implementing partners, IUCN, SALF, and AgriBenchmark. And of course, the donors, the climate initiative from the Federal Ministry of Environment. Behind the film, we have also many people, families, local partners, an organization who opened generously the door to their territories to share their knowledge and stories. Over the next few minutes, we would like to invite you to join us to a journey through these 3 countries and these 3 regions that have been undervalued for far too long. And most important, to meet the people that demonstrate that it's possible to produce, conserve, and maintain the horizon alive. So welcome to Horizonte Vivo. Enjoy.
Okay, I think without much further ado, let's watch the documentary. If you can roll the film, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
El que conoce el ambiente y qué hay en ese territorio, sabe que mirando así parece silencioso. Pero aquí muchas cosas se pueden encontrar aquí.
Yo nací acá. Y toda la vida pues he convivido. He formado mi familia. He trabajado. Se siente la vida pura.
Es un horizonte que tiene 1000 caminos, en donde te puedes llevar hacia un bosque, a un estero, a un vecino, a tu familia. Es un lugar lleno de biodiversidad.
Es mi infancia, es mi profesión, es mi hogar, es mi familia, es todo.
Es mi lugar, es el lugar que elijo y me encanta ser parte de esto, de cuidarlo, protegerlo.
Es como mi lugar seguro. Es mi casa. ¿Sí? Es en donde me encuentro a mí misma muchas veces.
Es paz, donde encuentro yo en un caballo en la sabana con uno mismo. Y mirar el comportamiento de la sabana, no solo ganadero, sino todo lo que es la parte de fauna que uno observa, eso es emocionante. Que se le eriza a uno de piel y dice, soy afortunado, porque muy difícilmente mis nietos llegarían a ver esto.
A simple vista, los pastizales y las sabanas parecen vacíos y uniformes, pero en estos horizontes abiertos ocurre algo esencial. Aquí se conectan el agua, el clima, la biodiversidad y la vida de miles de personas. Estos paisajes no están vacíos, son horizontes vivos.
Aquí estamos en un campo natural y un campo natural es principalmente pasto, no hay muchos árboles y diferentes formaciones dependiendo del suelo y del nivel de inundación, pero siempre es una zona de horizonte abierto y eso es realmente de forma natural. Cuando hablamos de biodiversidad, la gente generalmente piensa de las selvas tropicales. ¿Por qué las selvas son tan ricas en especies? Por la estructura, la diversidad de ambientes que hay. Pero cuando uno realmente mira un pastizal, hay una estructura también. Hay efectivamente un dosel. Entonces, cuando combinas esas cuestiones estructurales con la diversidad de especies que hay, que es esencialmente equivalente a un bosque. El problema es que uno ve un pastizal y parece como todo igual, y estudiándolos podemos llegar a entender realmente su importancia en términos de los servicios ecosistémicos que brindan. Hay que pensar a escala de paisaje, entre países, y no solo en un sitio específico.
Soy Víctor Salazar y me dedico pues a la ganadería y el turismo de naturaleza. Mi día a día es levantarme a las 5 de la mañana, empezar los oficios de costumbre, ordenar a los que me ayudan, al personal de apoyo. El ordeño, a revisar las vacas, darle vuelta a los a los humedales y estar pendiente de cuidar que no lleguen extraños a hacer cosas indebidas. Bueno, sí, básicamente esa es la cultura. Pues esta sabana es una sabana inundable, que es muy particular. Solo se ve aquí en Casanare, en parte de Arauca. Tiene su dinámica, ¿sí? En cierta época del año es totalmente inundada y en otra época, en la época seca, es totalmente seca, como lo acaban de ver. Y así la hemos conservado. No hemos querido hacer ninguna industria, sino más bien cuidar lo natural. Para mí, eso es lo máximo que puede existir. Hoy me doy cuenta que esas sabanas son muy productivas en el ámbito nacional en materia de turismo. Lo que más me motivó, nos motivó para hacer reserva a este lugar fueron las industrias. Veíamos que las industrias nos venían acosando, industria petrolera, industria arrocera, entonces buscamos figuras cómo protegernos como para parar la marcha de la industria, ¿sí? Porque la mayoría de gente le gusta pues el dinero fácil, ¿sí? Pero por ese dinero fácil acaban con todos los ecosistemas naturales que existen. La idea del turismo nació y empezaron a llegar las primeras personas como fotógrafos, ¿sí? Que es un sitio, según ellos, muy especial para la fotografía. Y se empezó a propagar con la venta de servicios para turismo naturaleza. Pues la relación llanera con el paisaje, pues, es inspiración. Y cuando se rompe, pues se pierde la esencia del llanero con su naturaleza, con su llano. Entonces, pues, ya se pierde todo el atractivo del llano.
Creo que el llanero tiene un respeto hacia su sabana con su quehacer productivo, que es la ganadería. Es una relación bien bonita porque acá no hay desperdicio y eso empieza a ser su quehacer y su estilo de vida. Nos encontramos en la Reserva Natural La Palmita en Trinidad Casanare. Bueno, nosotros somos ganaderos, pero también tenemos 3 programas que son los 3 pilares, en donde los 3 propietarios participamos en los 3 pilares cada uno. Uno que está relacionado con la producción y conservación, que es mi hermano, investigación participativa, mi hermana Carolina Mora, y la caballeriza, la manejo yo. Para nosotros nos vemos y nos sentimos parte del paisaje y al sentirnos parte del paisaje lo cuidamos. Cuidamos el ganado, cuidamos que estén bien los becerros. Nos gusta salir a la sabana y encontrarnos con animales. Nos gusta sentirnos parte de, y como es nuestra casa, pues la cuidamos.
Entonces, nuestra apuesta es desde la producción más de la parte ecológica posible, ¿sí? Con menos insumos químicos y de una manera mansa, por decirlo así, donde el animal esté bien.
Nosotros como familia hemos hecho un gran esfuerzo de conservar nuestra mata de monte, nuestro bosque de galería, y eso ha permitido que exista un corredor del mono araguato, pero eso garantiza la salud del ecosistema. Entonces lo que ustedes están escuchando es la del mono araguato.
el llano, como dice mi hermana, se ha hecho chiquito.
Y de por sí ya los hatos se han venido dividiendo, las familias están creciendo, ya acá hay más familias. Y eso también trajo consigo sembrar arroz, mucho arroz. Desde hace mucho tiempo la palmita se ha convertido en un gran oasis alrededor de un mar de arroz. Y eso ha sido una gran presión en la que hemos resistido por mucho tiempo. Y pues como estas sabanas se inundan 8 meses del año, son perfectas para el arroz secano, que no necesita riego, que necesita zonas muy inundadas. Y las pasturas nativas se pierden totalmente. La presión más fuerte que existe es que hace un corte hídrico. Las han mecanizado mucho, a tal punto que esteros muy grandes, o sea, esteros de 100, 200 hectáreas, los drenaron para que no tuviera tanta agua, sino mantuviera como el encharcamiento que necesita el arroz. Y eso también ha hecho que zonas bajas, en este caso como nosotros, que colindamos con lugares donde siembran arroz y drenan la sabana, se nos seca. Entonces, cada vez está más seca la sabana también. Y se generan bloques y bloques de desiertos en donde no hay conectividad.
El tema de conservación de pastizales y de sabanas, palmares, es algo que realmente no ha captado mucho la atención, cuando en realidad la pérdida de un pastizal es igual en términos de impacto como la pérdida de un bosque tropical. El cambio de un pastizal a un monocultivo es la pérdida no solo de muchas especies, pero también de los servicios ecosistémicos que brindan un pastizal en estado más natural. Y ahí estamos hablando de cuestiones como secuestro de carbono en el suelo, en las raíces del pastizal, también cuestiones hídricas en mantener disponibilidad de agua, no solo disponibilidad, pero también calidad de agua, además de las especies en sí.
El llanero se está olvidando de ser llanero, porque su paisaje se está destruyendo. El hecho de olvidar de dónde nosotros somos es empezar desde el punto de partida, empezar a recordar.
Dice que el caraguatá no pueden sacar jovencitas, solamente abuela como yo. Y hay una tradición que el caraguatá pues se usa mucho los tejidos para los rituales sagrados. Por eso que solamente las abuelas podemos sacar.
Mi nombre es Zulma Franco, soy del pueblo de Shir Ibitoso, de la comunidad Virgen Santísima, y ahora estoy en la colonia El Erta, en Buenavista.
Buenavista en nuestra lengua es el Erta, quiere decir el lugar del buen recibimiento. Por ejemplo, yo soy una mujer el Erta, no soy mala. Entonces, Buenavista es un lugar que le va a recibir a todos. Buenavista me trae buenos recuerdos de mis abuelos y mucha otra gente que pasaron aquí en la colonia. Y para mí es un lugar muy especial, como siempre le digo a los jóvenes. Este es una riqueza, es una reserva del pueblo de Shir, que tenemos que cuidarlo y porque es un bien de todos. No es mío, sino es de todo el pueblo de Shir. Es un territorio variado. Tiene islas de bosque, ¿verdad? También mucho carandaí. De ahí que tiene mucha importancia también para nosotros, porque el carandaí es un símbolo para el pueblo Ishir. Se aprovecha todo. Buenavista es el primer pedazo de tierra que se recupera después de haber perdido todo el territorio. Por eso Buenavista significa mucho para el pueblo Ishir. Para nosotros, el territorio no es solo tierra. El territorio implica todo. La riqueza para el sustento, la riqueza también del agua, del fuego. Y el fuego para nosotros es, como se dice comúnmente en la lengua de los paraguayos, que no se juega con el fuego. Y para nosotros así mismo, el fuego es un don que tampoco se puede jugar con el fuego. Es una fuerza que nos ayuda a nosotros, nos protege también de las fieras. Donde hay fuego, las fieras no se acercan, ¿sabes? Pero también no se puede abusar del fuego. Destruye todo. Entonces la naturaleza, el territorio, lo que implica el medio ambiente, lo que implica todo lo natural, para nosotros es parte de nuestra vida. Sin territorio, ¿qué sería de nosotros, verdad? Porque dependemos mucho de la naturaleza. Hasta hoy día, no te imaginas.
Uno siempre, cuando te crías en estos pueblos tan chiquitos, ama demasiado tu lugar. Poder cuidar y trabajar en un lugar que amo, que me encanta, y vivir de esto es fabuloso. A veces no parece que estoy trabajando y estoy en mi trabajo, es algo que para mí es sumamente natural. Soy Fabiana Luján Farías, soy de acá, de General Lavalle, y soy guardaparque de conservación territorial de la Nación. Estamos en el Parque Nacional Campos del Tuyú, y esta zona es una de las zonas de manejo del lugar. Dentro del Parque Nacional se protege lo que es el pastizal pampeano y el venado de las pampas, que hoy en día en la provincia de Buenos Aires y en general en todo lo que sería la pampa está bastante atacado. Acá se protege una de las últimas poblaciones de venado de las pampas que habita en el mundo. Su importancia es de un nivel máximo. Esta zona donde estamos acá es zona de manejo. Acá los chicos, los técnicos y los brigas y toda la gente del parque trabajamos para la conservación y se hace un trabajo de corte de pasto para que el venado pueda tener su alimento. En sí, la especie en este lugar se protege sola porque es un lugar totalmente inhóspito y alejado de la civilización. Entonces, por suerte, tiene lugar y espacio. Lo que nosotros le tratamos de servir y brindar a esta especie es el alimento que lo tenga un poco más fácil, para decirlo de alguna manera. Por eso se realiza todo un manejo del pastizal, en donde el venado come la hierba más finita y más suavecita, si diríamos, del pasto, pueda tener acá esa comida. uno no cree que dentro del pastizal pueda haber tanta biodiversidad. Realidad es un horizonte vivo y el venado de las pampas es una de las especies que más protegemos acá por su importancia, por su valor y porque está en peligro de extinción, y es parte del pastizal pampeano. Entonces es algo que realmente debemos tomar conciencia y empezar a cuidarlo un poco más.
Nosotros somos Calixto e Isabel, y hace 5 años aproximadamente decidimos venir a vivir acá a General Lavalle, y nos hicimos una casa bioclimática en el monte. Esto es propiedad de mi papá. Yo vengo acá desde que tengo 10 años más o menos.
Tanto Isabel como yo, de chicos nos criamos entre el campo y la ciudad. Creo que era algo que soñábamos que si venían hijos, nos gustaba uno de los escenarios, era criarlos en el campo.
Ay, solo juega el domingo. Ay, solo juega el domingo, sacó su moneda rubia. O cuando un resto de lluvia que te llama un viernes gringo. Corre un pingo y otro pingo, un venado contra un venado. Dicen los del otro lado que más callarse lo vero. Pero para serle sincero, a mí me gusta el tostado.
Nosotros ya hace, creo que 13 años que venimos cambiando la forma de manejo, y con asesoramiento técnico hicimos una división por ambiente. Antes había potreros muy grandes con alambres de 7 hilos, y se empezó a dividir con eléctrico para poder diferenciar los tipos de pasto que crecen en cada uno de los ambientes, del bajo, de la loma, de la media loma, y entonces de esa manera los rodeos aprovechan todos los pastos sin elegir ellos el que más les apetece, el que más les gusta, y entonces sin generar ese sobrepastoreo, y en el tiempo fuimos logrando poder tener una buena rentabilidad y una producción eficiente y segura, al mismo tiempo que veíamos que iba mejorando la biodiversidad.
Él tiene la mano blanca.
Nosotros normalmente lo que hacemos es un pastoreo regenerativo, no hay pastizales implantados, no se hace control de agroquímicos, con agroquímico de malezas, no se fertiliza, es 100% natural. Normalmente tratamos de tener pocos rodeos, quizá numerosos, y principalmente darle el tiempo necesario a esos potreros de descanso para que tengan una mayor productividad. Siempre se dijo que los establecimientos de producción natural no eran productivos o no rentables. Eso es algo equivocado. Los establecimientos con pastizales naturales son productivos y rentables.
Tenemos más de 400 años de tener ganadería tradicional. Esa ganadería tiene muy buena relación con la sabana, porque eso no la deteriora, no la contamina y convive con la naturaleza. Aquí la importancia del ganado para mantener la sabana es porque el ganado mantiene los pastos bajos, entonces es muy bueno porque las aves o la fauna tiene donde salir a buscar el alimento, ¿sí? En cambio, si se dejan crecer los pastizales, se pierde todo el paisaje. Entonces, por eso es esencial la ganadería tradicional, conservarla en estos ecosistemas.
Y el ganado es el que controla el pasto. En este potrero tenemos alto el pasto. Ahora están todos ahí para que descanse este pasto de aquí, que no pisen, ¿verdad? Porque cuando hay mucha comida van vueltas y pisan todo. Eso también es importante de que descanse el lugar, ¿verdad? Este potrero. Fíjate, estos pastos son todos naturales. Desde que conozco Buenavista como niña, este pasto estuvo siempre aquí, ¿verdad? Hay veces cuando hay poca lluvia parece que se seca, pero cuando viene la lluvia empieza a brotar de nuevo.
Cuando el ganado llegó a esta tierra llanera, a esta tierra plana, que fue hace un poco más de 400 años, sí moldeó el territorio, pero también esta ganadería se moldeó a esa sabana agreste. El llano es duro, el llano es rústico, miren este verano, por ejemplo. Y el ganado se fue adaptando. Y los habitantes de la sabana que trajeron este ganado y que luego lo domesticaron, se adaptó a estas dinámicas. Es una ganadería que nosotros la trabajamos y la manejamos en función a la época climática, en función al agua, ¿sí? No transformamos de pastos naturales su comida, su proteína, es la base de su alimento, por tanto es la base del negocio ganadero. De hecho, esta ganadería conserva esas sabanas. No, nosotros no sembramos árboles, no cambiamos el pasto, ¿sí? Todo lo hacemos de manera natural, a partir de un recurso natural.
Nos surgía la pregunta hace unos días de cómo era la vida del gaucho en el pastizal. El gaucho habitaba en la pampa y cuando se describe la pampa 200 años atrás, antes de la implantación de las estancias, la pampa era un horizonte, era un mar de pasto verde. O sea, si uno miraba a los 4 puntos cardinales, el gaucho que atravesaba la pampa iba como los navegantes mirando las estrellas, porque si no tenía el sol, perdía su dirección y algo de ese pastizal tendría que recuperarse.
Cuando se trabaja con la sabana y no en contra de la misma, pues tiene muchos beneficios, ¿eh? Porque podemos encontrar beneficios para el medio ambiente, beneficios para las comunidades y es un propósito bonito porque va uno dejando el mensaje a otras generaciones.
Cuando uno toma conciencia de la fragilidad de estos ambientes, suele conmover y llamar a la acción. Y nos invita, ¿no? Creo, a tomar y decir, ¿qué puedo hacer yo por esto?
Creo que es importante que se tome conciencia, no es la culpa del arroz, solamente le echamos la culpa al arroz, sino la manera descontrolada que se hace el monocultivo. Creo que es tomar la conciencia de un pequeño cultivo que se pueda sembrar, generar conectividad con otras fincas para poder conservar la biodiversidad, generar educación ambiental para que sigamos protegiendo nuestro entorno y fortalecer la cultura llanera, que no nos dé pena ponernos un sombrero, que no nos dé pena estar descalzos. Que las sabanas inundables no son solo pastos. Hay una diversidad importante de pastos, muchos pastos naturales que están acá y que me gustan, dice Dinde. Y esa base, digamos, vegetal que está ahí, sostiene una biodiversidad. Y yo creo que para poder conservar este horizonte vivo, se necesita que los ganaderos y las ganaderas entendamos que haciendo unas prácticas pequeñas muy importante en el manejo de los recursos naturales. Podemos mejorar nuestra ganadería sin dejar de ser lo que somos.
Aquí en Paraguay, lamentablemente, falta estudiar muchísimo los pastizales. Y aunque quizás cueste creerlo, todo tiene que comenzar con investigar. Es el fundamento para entender los servicios que pueden brindar.
No podemos hacerle mucho daño a la naturaleza. Prácticamente es parte nuestra espiritualmente y la que nos alimenta. Yo tengo que usar lo necesario que yo voy a usar. O sea que para nosotros todos los seres que tienen vida en la naturaleza, tienen un espíritu que nos protege también a nosotros y que nos ayuda.
Yo creo que en la vida de la mayoría de las personas que aman la naturaleza, tuvo algún familiar, algún amigo, algún docente que propició ese contacto con la naturaleza y que transmitió ese amor, ese valor y ese respeto. En mi caso fue mi papá y nosotros tenemos la esperanza de ser esas personas para nuestros hijos y para todos los que visiten la Reserva Natural Los Ñanduces.
Los únicos que pueden sostener y hacer el cambio real de este horizonte vivo y que esto se sostenga y se mantenga son los llaneros y que se siga expandiendo. Porque el voz a voz de los llaneros con esto lo empiezan a copiar y ven que sí.
Y saber que también es para que otras generaciones los puedan disfrutar, ver y vivir también de él.
Este tiene futuro, dije, ¿verdad? Que puedes ver, mirar más adelante.
Nuestro futuro depende de estos horizontes vivos. Y este futuro empieza con las decisiones que tomemos hoy.
Wow. I always get inspired about these videos because they highlight the importance of doing what we do. This is the place, for us to highlight the importance of grasslands, savannas, and rangelands. And hearing the stories from agents, economic agents, and that find harmony doing what they do, conducting their businesses in a way that is responsible is possible and is the way forward. So let's seize this vibrant moment where we can approach negotiators, where we can approach our own parties from our countries and mobilize them around a common cause, which is the protection, sustainable management, and restoration of grasslands, savannas, and rangelands. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure for WWF, for us at WWF to have collaborated with IUCN on this. So thanks, IUCN, for this great endeavor. Thank you very much and wish everybody a wonderful afternoon. Thanks. Muchísimas gracias, Augusto. Sí, sí. Bueno, muchas gracias. Sí.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you. Thanks so much. We've got a working session coming out looking at afforestation of grasslands and at a tool of how we can address that and how we can avoid the afforestation of the most valuable grasslands. Madhu Rao, Chair of World Commission on Protected Areas, is going to do a quick introduction. I'm going to show a very brief series of slides to set the scene, then look at the draft tool we've got, and then I'm really going to throw it open. I've got a couple of people lined up to do initial responses, but then really looking from input from the floor. This is a draft tool. We want to get it finished by the Conference of Parties of the CBD, but we've got time to do some work. So this is really a working session to get some ideas in. But I'm passing to Madhu to introduce. Thank you, Madhu.
Thank you, Nigel, and thank you all for coming to this IUCN WCPA event. I'm very pleased to welcome all of you. And I told Nigel that I would provide some opening context to the issue of grasslands. And of course, you all are going to be hearing Nigel talk about afforestation. But the main point I wanted to make is, you know, at the UNCCD, we hear a lot about restoration. It's all about restoration. And I think there is a point to be made about the value of the step before restoration, which is protection. And I think recognizing that grassland ecosystems around the world are the most fragmented and the least protected of ecosystems. So there is a massive priority that we need to place on grassland ecosystems. And this is the connection to the CBD, actually, the Convention on Biological Diversity, which talks about Target 3 and protecting 30% of the Earth's surface. One of the major points moving forward is, are we protecting the right places? So there is protection, which is hugely important and quite neglected in the UNCCD dialogue. The second issue is around ecological integrity, which I think is enshrined, as we all know, in the Rio Principle 7 of the Rio Conventions. And that is the obligation of states to maintain ecological integrity. And I think when we talk about restoration, very often it's not discussed as to restoration for what purpose. Are we restoring ecological integrity? Are we to what end are we restoring? So I think when we talk about afforestation, which is the focus of this side event, I think it's really valuable because the point which is being made is that let's not afforest all the places everywhere. That's a mistake many governments have made around the world, where we have planted trees where there should not be trees, where we should have left the grasslands recover or restore the grasslands. So I think this is going to be a really important tool, and I am really looking forward to seeing the final version, Nigel. And I hope all of you will join Nigel in providing your inputs to the tool, and look forward to its launch at the COP17.
Thanks very much. Could we have the PowerPoint up now? Great, thank you. So I'm going to give as I say, a very brief introduction to what the kind of things we're talking about. Just to get some definitions out to start with, we're talking about grasslands and savannas here. Predominantly indigenous, unsown grasses, grass-like plants, forbs or shrubs. We're not talking about the whole of rangelands, which includes tundra and other ecosystems. Within that, there's started to be a debate, and really only in the last 10 years or so, about trying to define the more important grasslands from an ecological point of view. Definitions of primary grasslands, old growth grasslands, ancient grasslands. And I'm not going to go through all these now, but just to point out that people are starting to think through these ideas. And rangeland, land used to raise livestock alongside wildlife in an extensive system. Those two definitions came out of a long debate in the web platform that WWF runs, and many people take part in, many people in this room take part in. So they're not definitive, but that's the kind of framework we're using here. One of the problems at the moment is that many people don't distinguish this kind of grassland from this kind of grassland. They're both valuable, they're both important, but they are different, and we need to understand that. They don't even make a distinction between these kinds of grasslands, both of which have native species, and planted grass that is often non-native species. So we've got a big lack of understanding. I worked in Uruguay a number of times a few years ago, and in Uruguay, the earliest written records of grassland are from Charles Darwin. By that time, there'd been white settlers in Uruguay for hundreds of years. There'd been indigenous people living there for thousands of years. They had never at that stage done real peat coring to even understand it. They had no knowledge of the grassland history. And I got the feeling there was quite a lot of ignorance about the grassland history as well, misunderstanding ecologically. So, you know, as soon as you take cattle off grassland in Uruguay, it changes very dramatically. So, you know, in many cases, we really don't know. We're working from a very slow level of knowledge. And it's also very difficult to tell easily. These are two mountain slopes in Kyrgyzstan. They're about 30, 40 miles apart. They look pretty similar, but the top one, when you climbed it, was very, very low diversity. It just had a very few flowering plants, a small number of grass species. The bottom one, which actually looks in worse condition, was much richer. And I'm not even sure why that was. I think it was probably in the bottom one, the ranchers that were using it all grazed were moving the stock a lot. They were really working at moving the stock, but it could have been the slope of the mountain. It could have been all kinds of factors. But the fact is, it's very difficult. At the moment, we can't tell from satellite imagery. I don't think we can even really tell from aerial photograph. We need to get down there on the ground and walk the land. And so our level of knowledge on a global scale is still really, really low. We also know much more about forest fragmentation. This is flying over Madagascar. Some of you will recognize that very much in the room. And we know a lot about forest fragmentation and its impacts. We don't necessarily know anything like as much about grassland fragmentation. And again, it's more difficult to measure because we can't see it as obviously. If you've got a bit of non-native grassland cutting between two bits of native grassland, it's going to be hard to tell. And so, you know, even in we've got near natural grassland, we've got grazed but rich grassland, all of which is now increasingly being threatened by afforestation, often linked nowadays with carbon planting, and often linked with what I'd say was a fairly spurious understanding of carbon, that it's going to that a plantation that is rapid growing plantation knocked down used for pulp actually isn't a long-term carbon store. And there's lots of research on that, but there's still a big momentum for planting all over the world. So we've been thinking about this for some time. We did some work on the role of animals in ecosystem services for WWF. And we also did some work on grasslands over a number of years. And Hannah Timmins, who's not here, but my colleague, was the person who put together what we're talking about this afternoon. So I just want to reflect that a lot of this is her work. She wouldn't forgive me for showing a picture of her with a bottle of beer in her hand, but there you go. So we sat down and tried to think. A lot of the people who are promoting afforestation are actually conservationists. They've got the right idea, but they just don't know about grasslands. I mean, the World Resources Institute did a map of restoration policies, restoration opportunities, which included a lot of areas which people who know the area say are incredibly rich natural grassland. So in a way, you know, we're doing it ourselves within our own community. And I suspect I worked in forests for years. I suspect mea culpa, I've probably made that argument myself. And the IUCN tool for identifying grasslands, a roam methodology, looked a lot at the social implications, but much less at the biological implications. So there's a real gap in the market. And we felt that there were a number of things we needed to look at. We needed to look at ecosystem history. We needed to look at that, which is things like its extent, the originality, the age. We needed to look at the constituents, the wild predators, the wild herbivores, the birds that are present, which are really important. And that's an important indicator because lots of people study birds. So on a global level, we've got a good level of knowledge, indigenous flora species. And then at management, livestock use, harvesting, soil health, harmonized management and restoration. And so what we've done is we've got 2 slides, but I'll go through them in more detail. And then I think what I'll do is throw it open for comments on these. But we're trying to look at, you know, what could we have a tool that you could give to conservation groups, to forest companies, to others that are not so complicated that no one's going to understand it, but not so simplistic that we don't, you know, it doesn't capture anything. And so we felt it was important to look at wild herbivores, at wild predators, and that's often a real stumbling block in livestock systems. Got no livestock herders like predators for obvious reasons, but predators are really important in a natural ecosystem. Birds present, indigenous species, age, and originality. And we set a sort of 5-point scale from very intact to nothing, to no intactness. And then we looked at some of the other elements like extent, connectedness, livestock use, where there's no non-native livestock, all the way to intensive livestock use, harvesting and extraction, soil health, and harmonized management and restoration. And I think the best thing to do is to put up both of these in turn and then have a discussion about it. But I'm also going to pass on to 2 people that I have asked to comment, which is Adam Devenish from Kew Gardens, who's one of the co-authors of this, and Lee Winowicki from ICRAF, who will be one of the co-authors in due time. And in fact, I had to set up this whole side meeting because Lee's been so late in commenting. I thought I was to get her in the room. Anyway, Adam, can I pass to you for comment? Adam's going to say something. Lee's going to say something after slapping me on the face, and then we'll throw it open to the audience.
Thanks, Nigel. I don't have any slides. So I'm not going to go through that. I guess the challenge is you kind of said a lot of what I really wanted to say. So maybe the best thing would be for me to kind of reflect on our experience in Madagascar, because I think this is where this tool might be most useful. And actually, maybe if I go back to one of your slides, because I might actually I've kind of now thinking about it, also maybe thought where there might be a challenge in applying it to our landscape in Madagascar. Primarily thinking that we work, Madagascar for a long time, 65% of the country is grassland. But for a long time, there's been this narrative that, how did the French call it? The lost Eden. And so there was a thought that all of it was forest, there shouldn't be any grassland. And there's been this long sort of entrenchment of this idea that the native populations what drove the forest loss, even though a lot of the evidence suggests actually it was the French colonial powers who drew on most of the trees. So now we're left with a situation where there's lots of grassland, but everyone still prioritizes lemurs and prioritizes forests, which are equally important, but it has created a gap where grasslands are increasingly targeted for afforestation. South of our site, there are landscapes which are just pine plantations because they are viewed as degraded land. Ergo, let's make some money from them. Let's plant carbon, even irrespective of the carbon permanence and irrespective of the fact that most of these landscapes burn on a frequency. That means actually, yes, your pines might restrict frequent fires, but actually they'll drive hotter, more intense fires, which leads to longer damage, much more, not only loss of carbon, but biodiversity. Anyway, one of the challenges I might say is that in Madagascan context, there are very few wild herbivores left in our grasslands. There are very few wild predators left in our grasslands, and our bird diversity is incredibly low in our grasslands. However, when you look at the endemicity of our grasslands, they're incredibly high. So I might be thinking when we're looking at this toolkit, we might want to think of how we might want to potentially rank it or think about which is the most important feature of identifying a natural grassland. Because obviously the first thing to go in a lot of our systems, as we know from even in the Kazakh steppe where I work, predators have gone, herbivores have gone, but those grasslands themselves are still really valuable and shouldn't be afforested. So that's one of my thoughts. The other real thought would be thinking about how maybe we could think about perhaps a nice opportunity would be to try and target some landscapes where we know afforestation is happening the most. And then we could target to the type of information they have. Because my other biggest concern is working with a lot of partners on the ground, even in Madagascar, it's such a fragmented landscape. To give you an example, as the Royal Botanic Gardens queue, we look at plants. Only about 5 years ago, did we know that we had lemurs in our protected area? And not small lemurs, white lemurs or Berexophaccus. So the fact that they've been there for so long in these really small forest blocks, yet we didn't have them as a species record, tells us that we're not very good at looking plants. And the same thing when we speak to our partners at Durrell, the Peregrine Fund, they have no understanding of their floral diversity. So we need to realize that it's not only a fragmented in terms of our priorities, but in terms of our biological knowledge is quite fragmented from our landscapes. So it might be a nice way to try and think when we're trying to target this tool is try and think how we can accommodate some of that, that sort of heterogeneity in our understanding of our grassland systems. Because a nice thing might be from this tool is not only to potentially help identify where not to do afforestation, but highlight where further work should be required. And I think that would be a really powerful part. I still think that's the biggest gap in a lot of our understanding around grasslands. It's just we just don't understand their value enough before we can actually decide what to do with them. I think perhaps the best thing for now is maybe I hand over to someone from a social perspective, as I'm quite familiar with some of this work here already, and maybe that would be a good next up. Hopefully that's my little rant was a bit useful.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I think the idea, I really like the idea of ranking, and I think any tool needs to be adapted. We've had a long debate in management effectiveness of protected areas that some people want a tool that can be used globally. The management effectiveness tracking tool that we've worked on, virtually every country adapts it. That ends up not looking like what we did at all, but is useful for them. I really believe that. So I think that's a really good. We haven't put that in so far, so that's a change already. Lee, go ahead. And you probably want the soil one up, don't you?
All right. So hi, everyone. I'm Lee Winowicki. I'm a soil scientist, and I lead the global research program on soil and land health at Landscape Alliance ECRAF, based in Nairobi. I am so embarrassed because the thing is only 7 pages long, and it took me 3 months to finally go through it. And I really Always appreciate your work, Nigel. Thank you so much. So, soil. Does anyone here, did you know that soil stores 3 times more carbon than all the above ground vegetation? And did you know that 30% of all that carbon in the soil is stored in grasslands? So grasslands, rangelands, and savannas are incredibly important carbon storage ecosystems. And do we know why? I'm going to give you this slide, Nigel, because I want you to incorporate it. So I'm just going to have you visualize the slide. So this is the top of the land, right? And you have grasses growing up. But grass root systems can be 4 times deeper in the soil than what's above ground. So now imagine in your, high grassland naturalist to low, and this one, you'll have a lot of different rooting architectures, right? So you could have real bunchy roots and some deep roots. Those ones store more carbon even deeper in the soil. And then as you move to this low grassland naturalist, you'll have very weak rooting systems and lower carbon. So actually, I have no objections to this. So carbon is incredibly important. Grasslands soils store a lot of carbon. It's also interesting, you have this idea of compaction. So I'm also going to share some photos of northern Kenya with you. One of the biggest threats to we call them rangelands in Kenya, rangelands, grasslands, savannas, is soil compaction and soil erosion. So when I go to northern Kenya and work with the Samburu tribe, and I say I'm a soil scientist, they love it because guess what? They look at the soil all the time. Red soil exposed all year round. They literally are looking at soil. So I think if we have soil erosion as an indicator, soil compaction, but also maybe bare soil. That's where I'm going. So this is what I'm saying. In northern Kenya, there's a lot of bare soil. And in some places, there are not even perennial grasses. There's only forbs and annual grasses. So I think that those would also be important indicators to add, Nigel. And second, biodiversity. So I think you can see here, high biological activity. So soil is also the most biodiverse ecosystem in the world. And since we're in the IUCN Pavilion, I can tell you that there's a really nice paper out that says the soil-dependent organisms that IUCN is looking at, over 2,000 of them are already on the red list. They're already on the IUCN red list. They need protection. And guess what? We only know about 1% of the biological organisms in soil. It's so biodiverse that we are still discovering new species. And it seems to me, according to IUCN, those new species are going directly on the IUCN red list. So I completely agree with this idea of having some kind of biological activity, soil biological activity included in here. And just to connect it to carbon, everyone knows the soil food web, right? So the larger organisms start shredding, mechanically shredding the organic leaves, the roots of the plants. Then that carbon goes into the next layer of organisms, right? So it may be a termite, it may be a springtail, it may be a spider, and it keeps going down to the bacteria and smaller organisms. So these organisms are essentially doing the carbon cycling, and the more that carbon goes through the guts of the organisms, that's eventually what stays in the soil. It's not the leaf litter. It needs to be decomposed, digested, pooped out, and then eaten up in other ones, right? Then that carbon is a recalcitrant carbon that stays in the soil. Last fact, we published a paper a few years ago. I know COVID was horrible for many people, but for us, no one was using the carbon-14 lab at Stanford University. So we stuck a grad student in that basement for like 4 months. And we dated the carbon in the grasslands and rangelands, in the drylands. How old do you think that carbon is in the 0 to 20 centimeters? Any guesses? In the topsoil, 400 years old. 20 to 50 centimeters, 900 years old. This is really important, guys, not for carbon markets, but for the whole functioning of the ecosystem, the biology, the physical and the chemical aspects. So for me, I would just add those few elements, Nigel, and otherwise I think we've been working together so long that you've done a really good job. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. I can never go to sleep in your talks and I always learn something. Look, I'm going to ask a couple of other people to comment, then I'm going to throw it open. Well, Julian was one of the people I was going to ask, so why don't I pass you the mic?
Thanks, Nigel. I think this is fascinating, but immediately something struck me that's missing, and that's the invertebrates. If you're talking about grasslands, then the invertebrates are extremely important, and the way you could bring those in would be, for example, some sort of measure of pollinators. And I think that could be quite an important element to have as an indicator within your grasslands. I mean, I think it's completely missing at the well, not completely missing. You got invertebrates in the soil, but I mean, I'm talking about above ground invertebrates, and pollinators could fit that bill.
Yes, I agree. We didn't put them in partly because we were thinking, what sort of information is going to be there, and looking at, are people going to understand that? But I think if you include pollinators, it's getting easier and easier all the time. I don't know, but good point. I think why don't we just put it in and see? Actually, that's exactly what a bat from Q has also been arguing that. Yeah, thank you. Don't know how that happened. Oh, it's you. Yeah, go ahead. Go for it, Nishi. But this is all, so far, this is all biological, and that's deliberate. But I'd also like a quick sort of insight about whether there's any real cultural issues we're putting here. And I did say I'd put Lisa on the spot. So Lisa Zolgieb's going to have a quick go at that.
Thanks, Nigel. Yeah, you put me on the spot because I haven't really thought about this at all. So anyway, I'm Lisa, everybody. I run a small organization called Diverse Earth, which works at the interface of nature, culture, and spirituality. And I also chair the theme on culture, spirituality, and well-being within IUCN Commission. The first slide that you had up introducing this session that said we're trying to develop a tool to identify important rangelands or grasslands. And I was thinking, why do we need a tool when you could just ask the people who would probably know if they're important or not? So that was my just very first knee-jerk reaction to that. But I understand why you need a tool. I realize that. I also, Nigel, when you were reminiscing on being in the forest team, so I started my career within the forest team in WWF, and the first time I learned that I saw a picture of forest and rangeland side by side, and learned that it was in the grasslands that there was more biodiversity. It was a bit of a shock. It was a bit of a shock to me. So since then, I've worked a lot on pastoralism and rangelands, and so I think that what I would say is yes, the cultural and spiritual values of these often just open spaces are really important to understand. And the more important the cultural and spiritual dimensions of these places are to pastoralists, the more likely they really are endeavoring to keep them healthy. So we can talk about what exactly goes in there, but for sure, rangelands are, there are sacred sites throughout rangelands. The rangelands have meaning within song and culture and food culture and traditional knowledge. So I think that's definitely missing.
Thanks, Lisa. And sorry for putting you on the spot, but I think it is it is an important thing. Maybe one of the things we need to say is sort of sources of information. You know, we go to local people first, and maybe we can get around many of these. But we're also thinking of something that is going to stick in the mind of people who haven't thought about this stuff before. So maybe we just need to include a cultural level in this. Anyway, at this stage, I'd like to throw it open for comments. I can see Joe's waiting, but Lee, you go first. You've got your hand up first.
Actually, I just wanted to say that maybe we just specify that this is more on the biological integrity, because if you go to the rangelands in northern Kenya, where I work a lot, they're very important culturally, but biological integrity is not there. So I think it's very different. It's not about, are these rangelands important, right? What we're looking at is more biological integrity, right? So I think it's because they're all important. Yeah.
Thanks very much for the presentation. It's really interesting. I can't help but nerd out a bit on some of the definitions of grasslands or savannas. And that you often get these obligate grasslands in some places, which might be controlled by different edaphic or hydrological factors. Or in some cases, like high altitude mountains, it might be frost, which is a strong determining factor. These grasslands have extremely different conditions and feedbacks and processes to open savannas, right? Where we tend to have fire, which I haven't seen represented yet, or herbivores acting as a disturbance feature, which has positive feedbacks, which maintains the biodiversity in these systems. So I'd recommend trying to consider perhaps the different drivers in those and the typology around grasslands to some degree, and add fire in as a complex feedback, as well as a potential destructive or beneficial tool with management into the framework.
Thanks. Yes, Adam.
I guess I would question you there, Joe. I mean, I think like fire is important for many grasslands and drives it, but equally disturbed. You've been to sites in southern parts of Madagascar, 4 species that burns every year. That will not be a good indicator of whether this is a natural or not. So we maybe need to, I worry, otherwise you have a long list of features, and that in itself will become difficult to engage with. And the people we need to engage with are probably not the communities, because yes, they should have been engaged in the first place, but the people who are making afforestation decisions are the local government officials, the private companies. They're the ones who actually need to have that checklist to say, have you engaged the communities? Because in my experience, they don't do that. And I worry if we give them too much, then it'll just be shelved away like a PA management plan that is too much, you know, looks too hard. You need to make things operational. So I think there needs to be maybe some decisions around what is the most important features that we want. And maybe then there can be some sort of regionalization to account for when it's high mountain or savanna, etc., just to make it usable. And that could, in theory, be an annex. So we could, within the annex of that, we could then have specific regions that we've selected some features which are maybe more relevant. Like the guide that was shown just earlier, if you look in the regional guides talking about the different savanna grasslands in Latin America, etc., that had a really nice case study showing what drove them. And then we can tie it to being maybe process driven. So it's, but not every feature maybe. Sorry.
No, I think one of the things that's coming out from here is that we need a modular tool that can be adapted to different places. I agree. Sometimes fire would be really relevant. In other places it won't be. And that's going to change over time as things change, I guess. But yeah, I like the idea of something that's adapted for local conditions. Anyway, we've heard from all the people that we pre-selected, but now I'd like to throw it open. So you've got your hand up, please. And then Madhu. So you first, Madhu.
My name is Lina Maria. I'm from Colombia. We have savannas too in Orinoquia. And then also my question is that in this matrix, I can see plants, animals. What is your position about the humans in this matrix? Because I think this is losing. I know that in the nexus is harbors, but how can I integrate to manage in a well way to produce into the savannas too and protect the environment?
We've got livestock use and harvesting, but you talking about something beyond that, about quality of management?
It's about tourist, maybe gastronomy and integration with, for example, in production, cow production is integrated to manage this space. And I consider the matrix, we need to integrate the social topic, I think so.
Thank you. I've got it down. Madhu next.
So actually, Nigel, I'd like to invite ATRI, which is an organization from India, and they've done some excellent work on grasslands there. If he could just spend a few minutes talking about his experience with Bunny, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Hi. I'm Abhi Vanak. I'm the director for the Center for Policy Design at ATRI in India. And we've been doing some work in one of the, yes, I have to hold it up. We've been doing some work in Western India in a state called Gujarat, which once had one of the largest grasslands in tropical Asia. It's called the Bunny grassland. But sometime in the 1960s, Prosopis juliflora was introduced there to control desertification. So sort of stop the encroachment of what's called the run, which is the saline flatlands. And since obviously once you introduced it, over multiple years, it became very successful and successfully converted this wonderful grassland into a Prosopis thicket. Since then, there's been a lot of effort to remove some of the Prosopis by the local stakeholders who are pastoralists. So the Maldhari community raise buffaloes and livestock and cattle, unique breeds that are local to that context. And they face a lot of trouble with losing their pastoral grazing areas. Anyway, cut to about 2012 onwards, we've been working there, trying to restore some of these grasslands, and also trying to understand what the ecology of the system looks like now, with the Prosopis coming in, with it moving out native species from there. What does the carbon sequestration look like in the grasslands there? And we found that restored grasslands, which have been community restored for more than 25 years, had much higher SOC levels, amongst the highest of any grassland in India, compared to areas which still had Prosopis growth on there. So, obviously you have to discount from the above ground biomass of the Prosopis, but below ground, SOC's levels were much, much higher. So again, goes to show the importance of maintaining grasslands in their native state. There's a whole bunch of other stuff about water and salinity and biodiversity, and I won't go on because I'm sure you don't have that much time in here. But again, trying to successfully wood or afforest a grassland system does not necessarily give you the yields that you think it does in the long run. So thanks, Madhu, for.
Thank you. So I guess one of the practical implications of that would be maybe you're suggesting we should have invasive species in as we've got, proportion of native species, but I'm sure if Fiona Flintown was here as well, she'd be putting a hand up and saying we should have invasive species as an indicator, and maybe we should. And certainly if we're looking at this longer list and then doing a modular approach, we could easily include that. Anyone else? Julian?
Yeah, just a quick thought. Have you got anything in there about the historical evidence of the grassland in terms of, because I mean, you're talking about reforestation not being, correct for ancient or wild grasslands. Have you got that there? So that would be the historical element, would it? Okay, fine.
Thank you. Anyone else? We've had same number of people. Anyone else want? Yeah.
Maybe this is a question, just thinking how you might apply this, because just thinking now the age of that grassland, a lot of the landscapes in Madagascar and other parts are forest mosaics. And it might be then a difficult thing. People won't, what is our unit in that instance? And people will focus on the forest, and the forest has been there for a long time, and they will use that to justify why they're doing reforestation, or though it's afforestation instance. It'd be good to think how we can actually age and maybe something to account for maybe tropical mosaics, which are some of the sites where a lot of afforestation is going on.
Now that I'm looking at indigenous flora species, so greater than 80% of grassland is native flora. I'm guessing you're talking about the Uruguayan managed grasslands where that would, no, because I'm trying to think of somewhere that has 20% exotic species. That to me would be very degraded, right? So maybe you could explain your rationale, or maybe we need to rethink that and have a different thing on invasive species and a different thing for because I mean, just for context, we do vegetation surveys in grasslands for the last 10 years. So we have all the species compositions, perennial, annual grasses, woody, and flora, and I don't have any that have 20% non-native. Okay, I just started something. Sorry.
No, well, maybe we got the figures wrong. I mean, that was brainstorming among us. We can change those, and absolutely we will. I'll make a note, Joe.
Just a small comment to bounce off that. Madagascar, we could have 4 species, all native, only Laetitia simplex. You could have Cenchrostremoneus being the only species for your entire plot potentially in northern Kenya. So the percentage, I don't know. I know you don't want to get more complex with your biodiversity metrics, but it's worth considering perhaps the complexity of the community in there as well.
Okay. Anyone else want to come in? Yeah.
So, yeah, so I'm Archana Chatterjee from IUCN. So, sorry, I could not get the whole presentation, but I got the tables. So I think, are we also looking at the carbon sequestered? I see SOC, but are we looking at carbon sequestered through the natural grasslands versus whatever? Could that be? Yeah.
I think that's probably, I'll come to you in a second. I think that's probably right. I'm still a little bit worried about the more complex things just because I'm not sure people are going to be able to measure them. That's, when we did this, we really tried to think, you know, what information is likely to be available. I think one of the things was that you said, Adam, you know, we've got a huge level of ignorance in many grasslands. So we've got to aim low at what we can do, but maybe we need stuff that we need indicators that if we got information rich areas we could slot in. But please, over to you.
Hi, I'm Anuja. I work with A-Tree. I'm just wondering if rainfall in the region is one of the things we're looking at. Rainfall and soil, because why that thought came to my mind is that when we talk about afforestation in India, they usually, what I hear people saying is that over the next 10 years, rainfall patterns are going to change because of climate extremities. So how you need to plan for the future will also depend on how much water will be there in the future. It can also be more, like our deserts are greening, so there will be more water. So we might have to plan according to that.
That's taking a slightly different metric. It's saying whether it'll work or not, which I think is a very good point. But we were looking at defense of native grasslands, but I've noted it down. I mean, maybe we can put in something like that. Yeah, I like the idea. Adam, were you?
I guess the point is this shouldn't replace other environmental impact assessments and more thorough stuff. This should effectively just be your first pass. Maybe this is your project screening. This goes to a government office or local DREAD office that we have in Madagascar, and they've got a project that says, oh, we want to do afforestation. They look through, and I'm just thinking maybe one thing, I think I pushed this for this, and you might not have liked it, Nigel, would have an unknown box on the side. And people are encouraged to tick that if they don't know that information. And so at the end, your score is based on what you know, because often the absence of evidence will be treated as no native, but we haven't done any evidence to that. So better, I'd rather you tick, we don't know that, and be honest than try and infer that no evidence actually means a no.
I have got that on my notes. I haven't got it in the slide, but I think it's a really good idea, Adam. Yeah. And thanks for pushing it again. Did you want to say something? Oh. Thanks. Yeah.
Probably one of my favorite indicators in walking through what I consider to be a beautiful old growth grassland is the feature of below ground storage organs, and you had that in one of your original definitions. I think it's one of the most obvious ways to tell whether land's previously been tilled, for example, or if it's had just repeated fire, and when it tends to get into a bad state, when it's too frequent, perhaps. So complex below ground storage organs with plants, obviously going together with soil microorganisms or macroorganisms, would be an interesting feature to add there. And I think something that's quite practical as well. It's easy enough to have a spade and dig in a couple spots and find geozols or geophytes or whatever they may be.
Good, thank you. I've noted that down. I think it is a good idea.
Just wanted to add my point about the carbon sequestered, because one of the things that he mentioned was that when this afforestation project comes up for screening, and many of these projects are for carbon credit, the market mechanism projects, which is happening in India a lot. So the grasslands are planted. So that could be an important decision-making point about the carbon potential of the grassland.
Thank you. Yes. I'm running out of ink here, I think. Anyone else? Julian?
Thanks. I'm just thinking, just things going through my head here. Your first line here of intactness, it's intact assemblage of native birds, migratory, intact assemblage of native predators, etc. It's all about whether you actually know what that complete intactness picture is. It's a reference against a database of knowledge of what is a pristine grassland. And you have to have that first before you can actually make this relative comparison.
Unfortunately, that's true of virtually every line here, actually. And that's why I think Julian's idea of we don't know is going to be quite important. I mean, what we're hoping is that there's going to be something in this line, something in this list that gives you a pattern. There'd be very few grasslands in the world when we could answer all the, however many it is that we've got of information, but it is, yeah.
My question is about the domestical animal that is introduced in this ecosystem. What happened in this, in levels of use? What happened in these ecosystems?
Sorry?
What happened when they introduced the domestical animals?
So I think from a naturalness point of view, as soon as you have domestic animals in, it's slightly less natural. There's no doubt about it. It doesn't mean that livestock are terrible, or that that we necessarily expect to have areas without livestock. But I think in terms of natural ecosystems, when you're talking about naturalness, as soon as you've got cattle or goats in the system, it's going to change the system. So it's down there. These are not necessarily judgmental. They're just descriptive. But for example, non-native livestock at an extensive, sustainable level with coexistent measures are going to make little difference, but they will make some difference. I think that's the thinking here. Michelle. Sorry,
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Michelle from RSPB, a UK-based organisation. I don't have the skill to really help with the construction of this matrix. What I'm interested in is how you intend to apply it. Will we have empirical scores for each of the columns? But how do you do the trade-off between one row and another row in terms of importance? My role throughout conservation has been helping people to apply these things. So we can spend a lot of time on the actual creation of the matrix, but how do you intend to actually apply it?
Really good question. I mean, I think the next thing for this is to have some field tests and see how it works out in practice. I don't like scoring systems. We have scoring systems in management effectiveness assessments, and we find they often take over. People think about the score rather than the message. So our thinking with this was really to get afforestation companies and others to think through the issues. And if they have a lot of, or really any of the indicators, you know, really along high naturalness, and that would be an argument that you think carefully before you went through afforestation. So that's the thinking. Exactly how we implement it, exactly where the tipping point would be, we haven't come to yet, and I think it's going to be very difficult. But yeah. Does anyone want to? Yeah.
We were just discussing about, and I'm sorry we weren't here earlier, so is low grassland naturalness, the way it's described here, is almost talking about grassland health rather than naturalness. So do you want to discuss on that, on the definition of naturalness itself? Because, you know, they could be natural, but they could be small, they could be highly fragmented, they could be unconnected, etc. No, because you can have it means you can have a natural grassland, which is on the right hand. It doesn't lose its naturalness because it's small, highly fragmented. It can potentially return to better health. It's more like natural grassland health rather than similarly with, yeah.
Maybe intactness is perhaps what I would use as a term rather than health, intactness, but.
When it says low grassland natural, you can speak in the, no, you wanted to say something. No, when I read low grassland naturalness and then I see functionalities on the corner, right top corner, it says low grassland naturalness. And then the first one is that ecosystem functionality is highly depleted. To me, I mean, it could be a natural grassland, but be depleted, like be degraded. It doesn't make it less natural, does it?
I don't even see the word.
Over to Joe, and then I'll respond as well.
I agree with this concept. I think there's always a very strong concept that a degraded grassland must have come from a forest, when in many cases you can have primary grasslands, old growth grasslands being degraded into a secondary grassland itself. So the transition states are often a question that aren't properly grappled with, and low grassland naturalness perhaps implies that it was once a forest. I think that's the perception that some people might take from it, where it might just be a secondary grassland from a primary grassland.
Thank you. The reason we used naturalness was because we thought people would understand what it meant rather than intactness. Many years ago, I wrote a whole book about criticizing naturalness as a concept, and I proposed authenticity as a sort of better term, but people don't understand it. I think naturalness means something to people, which is why we used it. But I agree. Kew Garden argued very strongly that intactness was what we should be using, and I'm open. It could be anything. So we'll see what people think over time, and how users respond to it. I think this is going to have to be tested. Adam, then we should.
I guess it's a quick comment and maybe an appeal to people while they're here. The first comment was to Michelle. I think the idea would be to have a traffic light system with some of these scorings, and that's the easiest way to engage with it. That would need some refinement, but I think the refinement would need to actually be through demonstration, and it'd be ideal to find grasslands across our respective landscapes to actually try this out and put it to the test, and not only with a whole bunch of ecologists like Joe and myself and Lee, maybe actually with people who we're aiming for, because that will be the real litmus test whether this works. And so it might be nice, following on from this, whether we could get some sort of examples of sites or locations which might be open. I'm just really thinking we have a Tenetti workshop in November around reforestation and grasslands, and maybe we could try and just demonstrate this as a way of trying to get some piloting and testing. But it'd be nice if there's any other opportunities.
Okay, I think we're almost out of time. I know people will want to do something else here soon. This is really, I've got pages of notes. This will make a difference. We have listened, you know, we're in development. So this has been, for us, it's been a great session. I hope you've enjoyed it. Madhu, do you want to finish to say, you don't want to say anything else? Right. I know that look. I'll be quiet. Okay, look, thank you very much. It's been a really good session. I've enjoyed it a lot. I hope you have. Will, if you leave most of you know who I am. If you leave your names, if you send me an email, I'm happy to keep you posted as we develop this. We're working on this the next couple of months. As I say, we're intending to launch a kind of draft position in the COP in Armenia, the CBD COP, but then we're going to look into testing it out. I mean, I think Madagascar would be a great place. I think East Africa would be a great place. We've got two people, India. I'd like to do it in the UK as well, where we have very little native grassland left. So thanks a lot, and look forward to seeing this develop.
Yeah. Shall we start? Okay. All right, thank you. Finally, yeah. Yeah. It's true, yeah. So I think we can start. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I have to bend down a little here. So good afternoon. I know the acoustics are not great, but let's do our best. My name is Birgit Habermann. I'm from the International Livestock Research Institute in Kenya, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Just very briefly to make sure that you know where you are and what we're talking about. This session is about restoring rangelands, sustaining pastoralist livelihoods. We talk about nature-based solutions, water smart, and investable pathways for drylands. So that is a lot, I know, but we have a brilliant panel that's going to cover all of these aspects, I promise you, so you won't get bored. And so without further ado, let me hand over to Dr. Lusegeta Menedesta. He's the director of the Multifunctional Landscapes CGIAR Science Program. CGIAR is the largest publicly funded global science institution. And ILRI belongs to that, so I'm part of the CGIAR. So please, Dr. Desta, I hand over to you for the welcome remarks.
So I need to I don't want to, if I'm like this, like a bit so that I can see people there. I want to see the people. Okay, yeah, good, thanks. Thank you. Good, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Jason, good afternoon. I used to teach, so I need attention. Good, so thanks, colleagues, for coming. I would like to welcome pastoralist representatives, government representatives, researchers, development organizations, investors, and all to this very nice session. I really like the name. It looks like a very nice project or even a very good article. The composition, the elements are very good. So we know from this our experience in general, grasslands. I don't know how many us know the statistics behind them. They cover big geography, like 53% of the Earth's land surface, which can be the continental Asia all over, around 80 million hectares, which is very fundamental. And also it provides livelihoods for over 500 million communities or people, population or people. They provide more than 70% of rangeland feed, and also 1/6 of like global food and nutrition sources for communities and people. So they have a lot of contribution, and also they contribute in terms of different functions: soil health, water cycle, biodiversity, and others, and importantly also for pastoralist movement. So the nomadic movement within the rangelands is important because it's one of the key resilience or adaptation mechanisms during drought. So that is something that is in most cases not considered. So with this in contributions we have, about 50% of these areas are hugely degraded. That's the information we have available so far. And I'm sure they are relatively misunderstood because in some cases, these invasive species, which are common in the rangeland environment, are not detected by remote sensing, or they are detected as if they are greening and they are increasing in productivity, so which misleads the health status of these systems. So that means we need to have a restoration plan in place to restore the ecosystem, also to sustain the resilience of the pastoral system. The pastoral system in general has worked for longer time, so it's not automatically necessary to replace, but to maintain and sustain that effect as well. On this regard, CGIAR has worked across the world through different projects, including ILRI, IFPRI, Alliance, and so on. And one of the key work is called participatory rangeland management, which the multifunctional landscape science program is also contributing. So with that approach, mainly combining landscape planning, governance, and policies, we have reached over 2 million hectares, which is fundamental. And significant amount of the farmer, the pastoralists and communities there have said they have understood, they have observed a huge recovery in the rangeland system. In addition, we do overall work on economics of rangelands, monitoring and health assessment on policy and governance related to rangelands and their environs. Recently, I think this week, there was a stellar project. I don't know if Fiona is here. An initiative which they are trying to connect evidence with investment. I think most of us have observed this week that if we can make our benefits, functions visible for all of us, then there is a possibility to make rangelands, landscape, and others investable. So I think evidence is critical. Evidence generation is important. Along these lines, Stellar is also is going to be launched or launched already to connect evidence with benefits. This session, 3 things we will expect from this session. Number 1 is to recognize that rangelands are investable assets, global or national assets. That's 1. Number 2, we have to make sure that pastoralists, youth and women are accounted or given the emphasis they need and are part of the governance principle. And the 3rd is to define the mechanism where we have long-term investment, long-term health monitoring, and so on, connected with sustainable finance. So evidence generation related to the rangelands will help us generate those. So these 3 points will be key elements that we are going to discuss or with the panelists and colleagues in the participants here. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you. Can you hear me like this? Because is that audible? Okay, can you move that up a bit? Otherwise I'll get the back pain. Yeah, I hope so. Is that okay? You can hear me? All right. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So now I have the honor to introduce our panel. And when I talk about you, please come up and take a seat here. So we start with Dr. Abi Tamim Banak, who is the director of the Center for Policy Design at the Ashoka, it says here the whole name, the Ashoka Tree Project. It's grasslands works in India he's going to be talking about at the intersection of rangeland health, restoration, and water smart policy. Dr. Banak, thank you. Welcome to the panel. The next speaker comes from Kenya, where I'm also based at the moment. Welcome Hilary Rotich from Just Dig It. He's the lead for Impact. Just Dig It is a very exciting organization that jumpstarts large-scale landscape restoration projects by retaining rainwater for vegetation and prevention of erosion, flooding, and land degradation in Kenya. You may know the half-moon-shaped system. So this is something that Just Dig It is also working on, amongst others. The next speaker didn't have to travel very far. It's Professor Dr. Enkamgalan Ayurzana, the founding director of the Center for Policy Research here in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. He's the founding director of this center that is an independent non-government think tank. So he brings his experience on range management, including herder community dynamics, grazing fee mechanisms, and disaster risk reduction. Please join the panel. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Christina Yang. She is an assistant professor at University of Wisconsin, a dryland ecologist,
And her research focuses on sustainable land management, soil ecology, conservation biology, and practical restoration of drylands. Please join us here. Next is Kazum Wedraogo. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I actually Googled that. He's a rural development engineer, serves as project manager for Ngurdam Pro Arides that supports continuing efforts to address pastoral challenges in Burkina Faso and Sahel. And he's representing SNV here today, the Netherlands Development Organization. Please join the panel. And not here yet is Dr. Stephanie Speck, the Global Director of the Strategic Partnership, Engagement and Communications Program at the Alliance Biodiversity and CIAT, one of our sister organizations at the CGIAR. Her experience is in convening diverse actors around shared priorities. So she's very well placed to speak about partnerships. So we will welcome her to the panel later. She's still in another meeting and she will come later. So now that I have you all here, I come to your questions. So we're starting in the order that I introduced you. So we start with a first round of questions where I'm asking you to give a response of 3 minutes per question. Otherwise, we will not make it because we have 2 rounds of questions. Yeah. So the first question that I have to Dr. Vanak is, how can restoring rangeland health be positioned as a water security strategy in land use policies?
Thank you very much. So this question really goes to the heart of rangeland restoration and how rangeland restoration is an important nature-based solution for multiple reasons. One of the important ecosystem services that rangelands can provide, of course, is to act as sponges for and prevent runoff of water. And I've got some statistics here from some studies that have been done in India. And so we can see that grasslands, once you plant grasses, it can result in a 40 to 70% reduction in soil loss on lands, especially where sloping soil is sloping, where on lands with grass cover compared to bare or severely degraded lands. Grass is also known to reduce runoff by between 20 to 60%. And the infiltration capacity of grasslands shows about a 2-fold increase compared to bare soil. Soil moisture increases by between 14 to 18%. And other soil parameters, including carbon sequestration, nitrogen, and potassium and phosphorus, have been shown to greatly increase as well. So these statistics also underpin another underlying mechanism, is that nature-based solutions as a watershed management tool are vastly underused across geographies, especially in India, where mainly geoengineering or technical mechanisms have been used for preventing runoff of water. So including trenches and bunds or check dams and those kinds of things, which cost a lot of money and require heavy machinery or a lot of labor to deploy. On the other hand, if you restore grasslands on slopes, then you have all of these benefits that I just talked about, but you also have the benefit of added fodder availability for livestock. So once you combine all of these ecosystem service benefits that you derive from restoring rangelands, it's not only enhancing water security, increasing runoff, but also providing important other benefits such as biodiversity, such as fodder. Now, usually people talk about afforesting watersheds as a nature-based solution, but there is a evapotranspiration infiltration trade-off when it comes to trees, especially when it comes to exotic trees or water guzzling trees. And several studies have shown in semi-arid and dry areas, you'll actually end up having lower soil moisture if you plant the wrong species of trees or if you plant the wrong density of trees in such landscapes. So rangeland restoration really is also a water security measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So actually, there's a great opportunity there that we just, and I really like when you say more fodder for livestock. As somebody from the Livestock Research Institute, my heart grows when you say that. So I see a great opportunity there in what you're saying. So Hilary, based on your experience, what success story can you share with us where your interventions manage to scale and make a difference for pastoralists and the landscapes?
Thank you. Let me put this here. Yeah, so for context, in Just Take It, we do large-scale restoration of degraded rangelands using what we call the earth smiles or semicircular soil pans. And we have done quite a number in Kenya, over 800,000 semicircular pans. And when we talk of success, I look at it from 3 different angles. The first one is the ability of these embankments or other earth miles to capture runoff, store the water within the soils for some time, which end up creating a microclimate or rather a conducive environment with respect to soil moisture for regeneration of grasses and also vegetation. So the first success is on the ecological aspect where we regenerate the degraded area, the pasture comes back, and there is availability for pastoral communities in terms of for livestock grazing in those particular areas. The other one, which of course is still on ecology, is that we have heard stories from communities, especially in southern part of Kenya, where there's a village which in every rainy season, there used to be a lot of flooding because of the huge runoff. But then after the intervention restoring the uplands, they reported that for the past few years, 3 or 4 years, they haven't experienced the flooding within the village. That is number one. Number two, they have reported increased availability of water in shallow wells, which means the underground aquifers has been recharged. That is another huge success. But the biggest success from Just Take It perspective is that there is huge community ownership in adopting these practices, not only within our restoration areas, but beyond. We have witnessed even in areas where we don't currently operate, the communities have picked up the technology. They're implementing by their own, and they're running with it without necessarily having Just Take It to be present. They learn through WATAs, they learn through our website, and they pick it up, the intervention they are currently implementing. So to me, the biggest success is that adoption and the ownership by the community to restore their own rangelands without necessarily having development partners to kind of guide them and lead them. Yes.
So that's brilliant. I'm really glad to hear that, because this is what we're all living for, right? That things that we've been working on, that we believe in, exist when we are not there, because that's the main proof that something really has a value for communities when they take an interest in it themselves and it scales through communities. So thank you very much for pointing this out. Now we go to Mongolian experiences. And I would like to ask Dr. Ayurzana, what would you recommend to international stakeholders who want to support local pastoralist systems within their existing management systems, culture and livelihoods, which I think is very important here also in Mongolia?
Welcome to Mongolia. So as a Mongolian, I should say that. Okay, yes, Mongolia has passed through the country for centuries, but it's now being challenged by many factors. Unfortunately, main challenge comes from pastoralism. Within the pastoralism, too many animals. So too many animals actually destroy pastures. And it also causes feed deficiency and causes animal productivity to decline, leading to livelihood decline. And also too many animals means 52% of Mongolia's GHG comes from livestock, #1 polluter. So the key change is this one. So I would ask COP17 and all the people here, please help to address this problem. How? Of course, we should change herders' behavior. Increasing herd size is not herders' fault. It's incentive structure that traps herders in that vicious circle. No land use boundary means no carrying capacity knowledge. Herders don't know how many animals I can keep in my pasture. #2, no price premium for quality, which means if I invest in quality, I incur losses because my neighbor didn't invest no money, but we get the same price at the market. So it discourages herders from investing in land productivity, land quality, animal quality, everything. And #3 is lack of green finance. Green finance, for example, if we provide green loans to herders with one condition, you will keep optimum stock density and you will enjoy this soft loan compared to commercial interest, commercial loan around 20% per year. It's very high. Herders just get consumption loans, no production loans. So if we provide very cheap loans with one condition, herders decrease herd size to optimum and keep that. This is we've already tested in our pilot models. So access to green finance, change from open access to more or less contracting system, exclusive, more or less exclusive system, and also access to higher markets that rewards herders in investing in land quality, animal productivity. That's, I think, the key challenge we face in Mongolia, and that's why we propose this project. And everybody has this flyer. Ask everyone to assist in this project to be implemented in Mongolia to address our grazing issue, to keep Mongolia's good nature forever for our future generations, also for guests like you in Mongolia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As somebody who's been working very much on the ground for a very long time, I'm happy to hear you say that we should not blame people, but we should really look into the structures that trap them into certain behaviors and certain practices that make it very hard for them to move out of that. So the next speaker is Dr. Yang, and her question is, how can we make sure restoration efforts target the right places so we aren't wasting resources?
Thank you. Thank you for the question and for having me here today. Can you hear me okay in the back there? Wonderful. I love this question. And I think the first thing that we need to start really recognizing is that the most degraded land isn't necessarily the best place to invest our restoration resources. And so we need to start really asking ourselves, not only where is degradation occurring, but also what can this land realistically support? And what condition is it in now? And what is the likelihood that an intervention will be successful? And so there's this idea of land potential it becomes useful here. And so this idea that soils, climate, topography, and land position are all going to determine kind of the inherent capacity of land to support vegetation, soil stability, and productivity, and also to be resistant and resilient to degradation. And so knowing all of these characteristics of land, we can then ask what kind of state the land is in. So whether it's relatively intact land, it's beginning to degrade, or has crossed some kind of threshold where natural recovery is not very likely. And so what this kind of framework does is it gives us kind of a restoration triage. And so in the work that I'm doing, we talk about this as thinking about where to avoid, reduce, reverse, and which is the LDN framework, but also increasingly think about where we might need to accept degradation in different regions and target investments strategically. So if a rangeland is functioning but vulnerable, the best investment would be to protect it. If it's beginning to deteriorate, we can think about relatively small changes in management. But once thresholds have been crossed, much more intensive and expensive restoration may be needed. And these are places where returning to the previous condition may not be economically or ecologically feasible. And so, this can give us, targeting we consider degradation risk and the probability of recovery rather than simply thinking about directing resources towards the areas that look the worst or are the most degraded. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? And so we can increasingly do this spatially. And so the work that I've been involved in combines ecological classifications and monitoring and remote sensing to identify places that are at risk and that we could link the conditions on the ground to these different categories. And then I think also, the kind of monitoring and modeling that we have available is not the only form of knowledge. So pastoralists and people on the ground often know where degradation is accelerating, where water is persisting, where forage is reliable, and the different management interventions are feasible. And so the strongest targeting really combines the ecological evidence that I'm talking about with the local knowledge and management. And so the key message I think I would have is to not only ask where should we do restoration, but ask where can we change the trajectory of the system at what cost and with what possibility of lasting success. And that's really how we think about restoration as a better ecological and a better financial investment.
Thank you. So I really liked what you said about land potential, very important point, and how we have to think about risks and also different ways of knowing, different ways of knowledges. So, Kasum, you're an engineer. So in my country, we have a lot of respect for engineers. So I have to address you as engineer Wedraogo. It's very important. My first question to you is, in Burkina Faso and the Sahel, how can securing livestock mobility and investing in pastoral infrastructure contribute to restoring rangelands, while at the same time considering pastoralists' livelihoods and resilience?
Thank you so much, Brigitte, for this nice question. First of all, I would like to thank you to inviting SNV to join this panel. And for the story, I started my work experience with IUCN 15 years ago in Burkina, in the program of Burkina. So now I'm working for SNV. In Burkina and in the Sahel in general, we are not so lucky as Mongolian, because if you see this night picture, you can see so much steps where we can find fodder for animal. But in Burkina, we have just savannas. So that's why you have a deep competition between pastoralists and farmers for land and natural resource use. To me, to find a solution for this deep competition, you have to invest in corridors. We will have to develop some pastoral corridors in order to secure mobility and then to avoid conflicts. In our context, if you talk about pastoralism, many people directly think to conflicts. Just a little testimony. When I was starting the project, I started to talk with my stakeholders. And one day I joined a mayor of Little City in Burkina to explain him what we plan to do together. And I told him that we will work on pastoralism. And he said me, can you tell me more about pastoralism? I said, yes, pastoralism is a kind of, it's a system of, it's an animal production system where you have to move with animal from one place to another in order to find fodder and water to feed them. And he tell me, oh, I don't need your problem. I don't need your project. And I said, why? I'm bringing some investment and you don't need my projects. He said me, you know, I don't want problem. I want peace for my community. So that's why it's important to secure the mobility by investing in corridors. To me, the second pathway of investment for pastoralists in Burkina and Sahelian context is to invest in water points, especially in underground water, because our groundwater is so limited, so we have to invest in drillings in order to supply water for community and for animals. And the last but not the least, it's important also to me to invest in infrastructure that could support pastoral value chain improvement, as livestock markets, has livestock health centers, have slaughterhouses, or some units to transform milk, for example. You know, in our community, women used to collect milk and to send them directly into the market. But when they can transform them, they can improve the add value of the milk, and at the same time they get more money. So to me, it's very important to invest in the free pathway of investment regarding pastoral infrastructure.
Okay, thank you very much. It's been very interesting. You raised a lot of really important issues here about peace, conflict, and how investment can sometimes actually create more conflict, how mobility is so important, how we need to find a way for farmers and pastoralists to live side by side. And last but not least, of course, water. It's very essential. So thank you very much for this. Now, Dr. Stephanie Speck, sorry, I'm Austrian. Has joined us late. I already introduced you earlier. You have 3 minutes. And the question that I have for you, is how can we ensure that investments in rangeland restoration deliver multiple benefits? And what role can research play in generating the evidence needed to attract long-term investment?
Hi, everyone, and it's lovely to join you. My apologies for being late. It's also great to be here with sister organizations from the CGIAR family. There's a very easy answer that science and research gives confidence, but let me break that down into a few steps. I think the one message that has come through the COP so far in the time that I've spent here, and that we've heard and is being evidenced for us in the beautiful landscape photos we see around us, is that rangelands are not marginal lands at all. They are productive, ecological, social landscapes. Yet that value, that systemic value, remains chronically under-recognized in investment decisions. The problem isn't that rangelands lack value, it's that much of that value is not visible, it's not measured, and therefore it's not priced into the decisions of those people who are allocating capital for investment. And the critical thing here, therefore, is that multiple benefits have to be designed into the investment from the beginning. It sounds very simple, and it is simple, but it also doesn't happen. If an investment is structured and measured around carbon alone, we shouldn't be surprised if carbon becomes the outcome that is optimized. Instead, we need investment models that from the very beginning establish what outcomes we expect across a range of benefits, from production and livelihoods, from soil and water, from biodiversity and climate, who benefits from each, and therefore how each will be measured. So we have a systems issue that needs a systems fix. And I think our funding models struggle to keep up with this complexity. We keep hearing about big bets. That language of big bets is being used by Gates, is being used by Bezos, is being used by World Bank. But big bets, the big change that we expect to see, sits on the shoulders of many smaller, aggravated, interwoven pieces. How do we generate the evidence around aggregation into a big bet? I think the second point is that research turns multiple benefits into investable propositions, right? And it does that in 3 ways. First, it establishes what a baseline is, and importantly, maybe more even important than the baseline is, what is the counterfactual? What would have happened without the investment anyway? And therefore, how do we then distinguish genuine impact from blah, 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 or claims? Secondly, it quantifies multiple outcomes simultaneously. So productivity, soil carbon emissions, biodiversity, livelihoods, the MRV systems and the research that underpins them make those outcomes credible, distinguishable and investable to governments. And I think the critical point too, when we're talking about replication or scalability, is it establishes what is transferable. What worked here? What do we know about where it could also work? And what would we have to change when it's taken to another landscape? So science and research give confidence. Science turns into finance because it's measurable, verifiable, and impactful.
Thank you very much. I really like how you drew back the attention to the complexity that we're often breaking down to simple bits and pieces because it's easier for people to digest. So things are not that easy. We really have to think about multiple benefits, multiple players, and reflect that also in how we communicate with donors, that it's not so easy, but as it sometimes should be for people to understand. So now let's go back to the beginning. I'm sorry, your time is getting less now, 2 minutes per person. And after that, the audience also gets a chance to answer, to ask questions. So we start again with Dr. Vanak, and his second question is about the Indian context. How have you worked towards finance and policy shifts to move grasslands out of wasteland under quotation mark classification?
The argument that India's grasslands are wastelands is a colonial legacy. It came from the British classification of India as the forests are gone, it's all degraded because of human activity. Well, that obviously was an ecologically erroneous viewpoint of it. And so for us to now move the needle and show the value of grasslands and rangelands, it requires enormous amounts of work. And one of the things that we've been able to show successfully to various stakeholders is just the livelihood value of India's grasslands. It's a more than $6 billion annual economy, and it comes without any direct investment from the government. It helps produce more than 50% of India's milk and more than 70% of India's meat. And yet it's invisible. So we've been trying to push for that economic value to be recognized formally. And there are many colleagues from various organizations now that are helping us get the word across. We're also now trying to value the ecosystem services of these grasslands and these rangelands. In particular, the carbon sequestration potential of these, the biodiversity value of these, and other ecosystem services that I talked about earlier. So one of the finance tools that we're using is the watershed funds that are used annually. So basically public finance, and saying instead of doing what I spoke about earlier, instead of putting money into engineering solutions for preventing runoff, let's restore these grasslands, let's bring them back to health, and you'll have water security, you'll meet your objectives. So these are some of the finance tools that we're using, both public finance as well as private finance through some of the carbon mechanisms. That's in its infancy, but we hope to scale that up very quickly as the government starts recognizing these ecosystems as important ecosystems for India's conservation benefit. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So rangelands as a huge asset, definitely not a wasteland. Very important. So now we go back to Dr. Rotic. Your second question is, what's the biggest barrier to scaling restoration, and how has Just Dig It overcome it?
It's an interesting one. Let me also break it down into 3 different categories. The first one, challenge, is usually around the social challenge. We work in pastoral setups, and for you to restore a degraded area, you need to provide an alternative for pastoral communities where they can graze. From where we sit, we know this area is degraded, but for them, they still want to use it for grazing purposes. So one challenge is that as much as we want to do large-scale restoration, we need to do it in bits. That is putting one site into restoration while waiting for it to recover completely before it's open up for communities to graze. So how do we normally kind of approach these challenges that, well, we put site A into restoration trajectory, but then we cannot turn a blind eye into site P, which also needs restoration. So what we do is that we try and work with the traditional structures, mostly the grazing committees, to kind of come up with defined grazing plans so that as we wait for site A to restore, the site P also is being used in a sustainable manner, not putting it into what was degraded state. The other one is on the ecological point of view. Most of the times, digging semicircular pans, it's easy. I mean, anyone can dig. But then if you are not keen enough, it might cause more harm than good. There is the challenge of timing. If you dig during rainy season, you are not going to restore that area. You are going to make it worse. So timing comes in as one challenge where you need to dig or rather restore before the onset of rain so that when the first drop of rain comes, it finds the area waiting for it to absorb that particular water. The other challenge is we have seen the challenge of invasive species, the likes of Chuliflora, Prosopis. So in restoration space, especially rangelands, if we are not keen to use the right species, the right grass species, which is indigenous, dominant to that particular area, you might end up introducing a completely different breed, different species. So that is the biggest challenge. And how we approach it in Chastic, it is that we usually use the indigenous knowledge. Yeah, before we restore, we make sure that we have the right species for that particular area. And the final one is the finance. Sorry for the time. Most investments, they are not time bound in terms of, I mean, you cannot compare ecological cycle with the finance cycle. So you find most projects cycle are short compared to the time which an area needs to restore. So we have tried to kind of make sure we have a sustainability plan in place to make sure that an area is rested enough, even when the project cycle ends.
All right, you went over your time now. I've got my eyes on you.
Sorry for that.
So understanding people, understanding the environment, understanding the money,
Yes.
very important points. So now we go back to Mongolia. Dr. Ayurzana, your second question is, how can advocacy groups, scientists, and pastoralists work together to co-design solutions in practice? 2 minutes.
Okay, it's a very good question. Yes, the voice of pastor is it's actually indigenous knowledge. Every scientist, every research organization should take into account this very well. So in Mongolia, we have a kind of decentralized budget and performance assessment system. This system actually takes account of every year, every budget year, local government actually collects opinions from local communities, from every Hota household. That's one system which works very well to collect all the information from Hotos, and this information then submitted to national agencies, including research organizations, universities. So this is one way. The second way, I think, most important thing is how to reflect Hotos' opinion into real projects that can change back the Hotos' livelihoods to restore land, to restore degraded land. So that's a very important thing. And in this area, I think most important challenge is lack of finance. Yes, we can propose very good projects and we do a lot of capacity building, knowledge transfer is already occurred. But when hurdles just come to implementation, there's always lack of finance to transfer this good knowledge into real practice, real adopted behavior of hurdles is the biggest challenge. So in that way, I think it's not science, it's actually institutions, incentive mechanisms should come to make this kind of implementation. Thank you.
Can see many challenges. We come back to the money, of course. Dr. Christina Young, we come back also to your area of restoration. How can we best demonstrate the benefits of restoration for livestock-based livelihoods?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we need to start by defining success in 2 dimensions from the very beginning. And so benefits to people and livestock, and then also the persistence of the ecological function of the land. And so on the ecological side, we already have many indicators that can tell us whether restoration is actually rebuilding the processes that sustain rangeland. So things like perennial vegetation cover and structure, reduced bare ground connectivity, soil surface stability, the biological soil crusts that I study and love, and things like erosion risk. And so these indicators can be compared to the kind of targets that I was speaking about before that reflect the potential, the land potential of that particular area of land, rather than applying a threshold carte blanche everywhere. But for livestock-based livelihoods, I think we need to pair those ecological indicators with indicators that pastoralists themselves find meaningful and identify themselves. So, forage availability and reliability during dry periods, livestock productivity, access to grazing, and ultimately, the household economic benefits. And so the things I have worked on as a scientist in the US have really focused much stronger on the ecological and forage, the ecological side. And so I think really the next step is to combining this work into making those measurables relatable to livestock outcomes explicitly, rather than just assuming an ecological context. And so I also think it's an important point that we all know in this room, but is make sure that we're communicating to others that livestock use does not have to be separate from restoration. And so it can be part of adaptive restoration management, and where grazing pressure is contributing to changes in vegetation, focusing on animal quality over quantity, changing the timing or frequency, and then allowing systems to recover, and monitoring can really help us tell what level a landscape is at in order to be sustainable without moving backwards towards degradation. And again, and then that's all the time I have. So thank you.
Thank you very much. My statements also get shorter, so it's not for everyone. So SNV has great tools, and I would like to hear more about what role can digital tools play in supporting pastoralist communities, what types of financing and partnerships are needed to scale solutions.
Thank you so much, Brigitte. Again, first of all, I have to highlight that pastoral communities have their own local knowledge and strategy to collect data and to prepare their mobility. But now we have 2 situations. The first one is that it's more and more difficult to address the local knowledge because of the climate change impacts. This is the first situation. The second one is that today we have a full access to digital tools. That's why SNV and its partners, including government and the private sector, design and implement Garbal service in Burkina, in Mali, and in Niger. So Garbal, it's a local language. It's in local language. It's main livestock market in local language. So Garbal is a digital tool where we have to collect data, field data and satellite data in order to broadcast this data to pastoralists in order to support their decision-making on where they can find some grass to feed the animals, where also they can find water points, where they can find corridors and other infrastructure in order to prepare their mobility. So it's a very important tool we are implementing now in Burkina. But for sustainable funding, Garbal platform have a business model behind. To me, it's important to highlight public and private partnership with a business model behind in order to permit to income generating to support the services in long time. And for partnering, I think it also to involve pastoral local community association and organization to design together our projects, to implement together our projects, and to have some funding mobilization activities together. So in this case, it will be easy for us to address the needs with the activities. So I think time is over.
Yes.
And so thank you so much.
I need that also because I get carried away listening to those exciting stories. So I see a lot of potential for collaboration in this group. Yeah? There is a lot of things where different countries, different organizations can collaborate. So now I'm going to say, Dr. Stephanie, if you allow, not to get trapped in the wrong pronunciation again. My second question for you is, how can research organizations, governments, pastoralist communities, and investors build the partnerships needed to move from successful local initiatives to landscape scale restoration?
And with one eye on the time, I'm going to give you 1 point, and that is around scale. I think we are very, very good at pilots. We love to fund pilots. We celebrate pilots. We repeat them. But pilots don't restore landscapes. And scaling is not just about taking a successful pilot and repeating it 100 times. So scaling requires a full production. It requires policy, finance, institution, markets, secure land, resource rights, local governance. So we need to design for scale from the beginning. The question shouldn't be, does it work here? The question should be, what do we need to be true for this to work across an entire landscape? And that's where that partnership model is critical. So pastoralist communities bring their local knowledge, their priorities. Governments should be creating the enabling policy, land rights, land tenure. Investors should provide patient, appropriately structured finance. And this is where research organizations like those in the CGIAR family are really critical, because science tells you what the trade-offs will be. It demonstrates what works confidently under what conditions, and it reduces uncertainty. So plan for scale from the beginning.
So thank you very much to everyone on the panel. This has been really brilliant. I'm really impressed with all those different contributions here that fit so well together. I know we don't have a lot of time, but if there are any questions from the audience, I would like, do I still have time to take a few? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, any questions? Yes, please, the gentleman there, the back first. Do we have we need a mic? Yeah.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say blessings to all of them, you too. And big respect to the big brother from Burkina Faso. I'm from Burkina, but I'm living in Austria since many, many years. So the way he present, because I'm from a pastoralist family in the Sahel, and it's first time I hear officials of the country speak it in a way very professional without putting a tribal situation inside. And this is high level. I will say merci beaucoup. What do you think in our provinces? For instance, if we say left is for farming and right is for the pastoralists, what do you think about this kind of solution? Because the only place where is problems between farmers and pastoralists is in Africa. I traveled a lot around the world and I didn't see like the way in Africa.
So we had one more question here. One more and then we stop, yeah.
Sorry. Thank you very much for your very interesting insights from very different perspectives. I'm Tunga from Mongolia and rangeland social scientist. So I increasingly think about like officially including the mobility, you know, like from the pastoral perspective as a restoration tool, you know, because it's already a kind of proven low cost, nature-based kind of solution, you know, to address the rangeland degradation, etc. But there is body of like literature on that, but there is no official kind of recognition and never including in SLM or WCAT or whatever that different like tools listing restoration tools. So my question is from anyone who would like to respond, like, is this like something that really, that kind of like official recognition as a restoration nature-based solution tool is important in terms of like funding and getting that mobility, because this is defining characteristic of the pastoralism.
All right.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Who would like to respond in the panel? And let's keep it brief because we're still getting a very nice summary. At the end.
Yes, so quickly, thank you so much, Nadara. You know, in our context, I'm speaking about Sahelian context. If you get a pastoralist, it's also a farmer. You know, we have to do these activities together. We have to find solution to integrate these activities because we have the same people. We are living in the same land and we have the same needs. So we have to find some solution to develop some strategies and to integrate our activities. So to me, a farmer is a pastoralist and vice versa.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Who would like to respond to the second question?
Hello. Okay, I will respond probably. The mobility is very important. I think just I attended session on mobility next just before this. So I think mobility is already reflected, will be reflected in COP17 documents. In case of Mongolia, we have issued new law, as you remember, in 2024, new law regulating this pasture management. And we also developed rules to implement that law. And we included mobility as a key mechanism to ensure ecological sustainability and also access to reserve pastures in case of drought and so everything happens. They should have access and they should have mobility between seasonal pastures. All this included, I think, in case of Mongolia, it's kind of already reflected in policy documents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I have the honor to invite Dr. Archana Chatterjee, Program Manager at IUCN's India Country Office with very long experience in the international UN and international conservation organizations. Please give us your closing remarks. Many thanks. Many thanks also to the panel. An applause for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it would be very difficult to, summarize the rich discussion. Yeah, thank you. That we have had. Is it okay? Everyone can hear me? Thank you. So one of the key messages that I wrote down, that rangeland restoration is not simply about restoring land. It is more about restoring the relationship between the land, water, livestock, livelihoods, and the people who manage these lands. So I think that is the key message that I received, because everyone talked about the different facets of these rangelands, and keeping the time in mind, I would like to just focus on a few key points that I sort of, as the key takeaways. That one is that recognize rangelands as strategic ecosystems, not as residual or marginal lands. And two, put pastoralists and their institutions at the center of restoration and ensure their rights, tenure, etc., and the safeguards. And three, which Abhi, stressed upon, that make grasslands as a water smart, nature-based approach, as an important approach for dryland restoration and drought resilience. And four, to strengthen the science policy community interface so that restoration is targeted to the right places and ecological and livelihood outcomes can be measured and demonstrated and measured. And of course, the financing mechanisms, I think there's been a lot of talk in this COP about that. From an IUCN perspective, few points. Restoration should deliver outcomes for nature and people together and not work in silos. And of course, IUCN has the global standard for nature-based solutions, which reminds us that good solutions must be ecologically sound, socially equitable, and economically viable and appropriately governed. So I think I would like to close with a simple proposition that we should not ask how we can restore rangelands despite pastoralists. We should ask how we can restore rangelands by strengthening the people, institutions, and knowledge systems that have sustained them. Thank you.
So the lady from person from EFAT is telling me that we can meet now at 5:30. I think it's too rush.
EFAT. What is the point? What do we discuss?
That's the thing that I also wanted to check. So you don't want to read meeting. I don't want to rush a meeting that they will.
Yeah.
I will say that we cannot meet.
Yeah. Because Target is the one who suggested this. So do we have an agenda or?
No, the thing.
Yeah.
Have to. And also from ACB,
Mm.
you know, they were quite happy at all with them. Well, not with them. They said that we meet a lot with them and they're too busy and they're not.
Okay. We don't need them.
So I will not say, okay, anything about it. So. That was a nice session.
Yeah. So what is it here? Is it? Oh. Is it?